Hello? Oh. Hello. What is up, my homies? We can hear you. Oh, wow. Did you join the guild this morning, Jesse? Was that what I saw? Did I get a ping? I want to run for the goddamn hills. If you want to play with fucking moron and their mother, I mean, you might as well, right? Because everybody's in it, right? But we're gonna do Blight next week. We are. Blight just got buffed on the Atlas tree. I mean, fuck you, might as well then, right? I'm looking for the patch notes really quick. Show me. I'm looking for the patch notes. Hold on. I had a filter information. Is this it? How do I get to the patch notes? I'm trying to. Why can't I get to the patch notes on? Is it? Why are they gone? Why are they not on like the main fucking page? Are they here? Here it is. Ready to see these guys. I hope we see them today. I hope we see them today. People, hey. Buy Aurabot? Because my friends want to play. And I want to play with my friends. Mostly. Buying the MTX, one of those things that say it with me and say it loudly. Not my fucking problem. How am I going to clear Blight with an Aurabot? That's really easy. I'm going to play tower defense and click on the tower nodes. And I'm going to build fucking towers, my guy. What do you mean? Claiming it's like 40% better FPS. Also, yeah, fuck them. $100 from your wife to buy the turtle? Fuck that. No, thanks. Has this been updated already? Gonna be part of the turtle club? Nope. Okay, so we all know 3.24 is coming. We're all excited about it, but it's fucking crazy, man. It's fucking crazy. I'm thinking about like, I keep thinking about like these Blight changes, and I'm actually getting excited. So, I'm like, do I go over it now? Do I wait? Do I record a video? I'll probably record a video, but I'll record a video later. But so currently this node adds the Blight map crafting option. This is just there because of the new changes. This gives you a free use. Path of Planning is already updated. I don't know what Path of Planning is. What is Path of Planning? Path of Pathing? What is Path of Pathing? Anywho, Mycelial Swarm, this node is just gone. Just removed, along with the 2 small Blight crafting passives. The small entrance for the passives, the small entrance for passive for epidemiology now provides variety of 1 chest and you are lucky. Instead of 2% chance of completing maps to get a free use. Is MF dead? Only if you listen to crazy motherfuckers. It's these nodes, right? I think you're going. I don't know. You'd have to ask Mario. Thanks for the follow. So yeah, now we get varieties. Item containing 1 Blight chest. They're lucky. That's huge. Looks spiffy today. Thanks. This wheel looks so awkward now. That's pretty cool. So these nodes got changed. These nodes got changed too, by the way, which makes these nodes really good now. So you get 2, 4, 6, 8. 8% instead of 4. I don't know anything about it. I haven't looked at it yet. +6. Where's the other 2%? Am I missing? The notable now gives +6. Oh, I didn't see that one. I think this is probably better in the grand scheme of things, right? So it's 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 14's a lot. No more daily missions at all? Yeah, it's fine. I think that's fine. My cat is being a dumbass by my feet. Yeah, I'm really excited about these. Peacock of bouncing looks insane. What does it do? Enjoy your work, Bubs. Bubs, if you get stuck on the Black Star or you need help, ask. Don't hesitate to ask. Hi and bye. Instead of extra projectiles, you get extra chains. I didn't realize poison concoction could change. Chain? It chains on the ground. That's interesting. Everybody was sleeping. What time did you get up for work? It's like rolling magma chaining. Oh, that's pretty cool. 5. You just barely missed a lot of them. You just barely missed them. What have I created? They're addicted. I don't know what to fucking tell you. There's just not enough time to like play during the week, right? I would love to like be able to like do more and help them more, but it's been so hard. Okay. Oh, I gotta do another leveling run. Bubble said, I can't stay awake. I need to sleep. Just do Obama build. Do it up, man.
A scion of perfection in mind, body, and grace. The crowning.
What if I try leveling my way? You think they'll get mad at me if I don't do the rolling magma start?
Why not? So it's true. Dead men walk in Ray class.
Cortex is still available via Kirak? It might be. They didn't say anything was changing on Kirak. Who hasn't done Delve? Looking at Bone Shatter and Shield Crush. Bone Shatter. They changed Cortex. They changed where Cortex drops. That's what it said. You can obtain it drops from. I don't know the wording. You got to double check the wording.
I have nothing more to give.
Scrolls are going. Trust me, I get it.
I'll not be joining you today, dead man.
I'm under the understanding that it only drops. That doesn't mean that it's not available from Kirak. They didn't say Kirak was changing. It just says it changes where it drops. It doesn't say anything else.
Farewell.
I have a simple choice ahead of me. Kill or be eaten.
Wait, that's the wrong node. Bouncing 30%? That's crazy. Isn't a two-hand sword better? I saw an axe and my brain immediately clicked it. It might be. Can no longer draw from Atlas Versa or be attained or war from other league mechanics. But Kirak's not a league mechanic, right? Am I misunderstanding? It is a league mechanic? Are you sure? Well, hopefully we get more information today during the Ziz interview. Am I gonna watch it on stream? I don't know. Are we allowed to restream his content? Yeah, all I care about is the Blight Scarabs too at this point. And the Essence Scarabs. I want to know what the Essence Scarabs do. Hey man, thanks for the follow. What's up, man? I'm not sure what the rules are, but everybody else does it. Maybe. I don't know. What about? Is it stronger? I have no idea. I already fucked up out of habit. I clicked these nodes. Your first run? Third run. Third. Am I sticking with Spectral Throw? No, they want me to play Rolling Magma. I'm just dicking around. Well, let me rephrase. I'm supposed to level Rolling Magma. I'm going to tell them I'm going to level Rolling Magma, but there's a real possibility. I have a good feeling. No, the Blight nodes are insane. The new Blight nodes are cracked. They're cracked out of their mind. I'm going to do a video about it later.
Stay sharp out there.
What clickbait? Did I miss stuff? Yeah, there was a patch in the middle of the night last night.
Farewell.
Blight's bait? True. Don't do it. It's bad. Holy Exile Aurabot build can solo level by itself? I mean, you just respec Aurabot later. What do you mean? There's no secret to leveling an Aurabot. Like, you just play like you normally would level, and then you respec when it's time to Aurabot. I'll have to review the patch notes. They added patch notes at like 4 o'clock in the morning or something like that. They also updated the trade website so that you could buy bulk Yellow Beast. And bulk tomes, and bulk contracts, and bulk blight maps. Yep, very interesting. Yep. Yep. Wish Gem is bait too. That one's wishful thinking. How did you figure out about the Blight Edge? Should I go troll Reddit? They constantly add... I'll show you. Just hold on a second. Let me get to this waypoint. I'll show you. On the patch note page, if you scroll down to the bottom of the patch notes, there's a section at the... Yes, Blight was buffed. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. They don't make these big ass announcements because they want you to figure it out yourselves. Being influenced by a league mechanic? I don't think so. Usually content like that's not. Thanks, dude. You're welcome. Oh my god, I got myself killed. I'm so bad. My wrist hurts. Holy shit. Why does my wrist hurt? You know what I forgot to do? I'm distracted. Is putting crossblink because I'm bad. I really want my fucking wrist to stop hurting. Holy shit. I don't have an Atlas command yet for next league. I have to, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna record it today. You want to re-roll Peacock bouncing? I mean, fuck it, just do it. My wrist hurts a lot.
One prison to another.
Got a job.
I mean, fuck it, then
Stay
just
sharp out there.
do both, man.
The tech. Be well.
Welcome.
Thanks for the follow. What up, dude?
Farewell.
What's the buff? You can now who am I ordering buying for? Shuriken. The Mycelia Swarm node was removed along with the 2 Blight crafting options on the tree. So essentially what happens is this node, and this node are now removed. So this node's gone, and this node's gone. And instead they replace it with nodes that read 8% chance for Blight chests to contain additional rewards. Variety of items are lucky. So now we have lucky drops. or additional lucky drops. It's very OP. Can the hexblast do Blight decently? Can you build towers? Is the real question. The real question is do you know how to build towers? What does lucky drop mean? That it looks at, from my understanding, the way that lucky works in this game is that it looks at 2 sets of loot or 2 sets of a stat and it rolls the better stat. So if you're gonna get like this and that, the lucky side would kick in and it would give you the better side. Why claw and dagger? Please, please, please. For the 2-hand nodes. No real reason to not go. I have to go up there for Aurabot stuff. I'm still pathing the exact same as though I was playing Rolling Magma. I'm not changing anything. I'm just using a different skill because I want to be fucking a hipster.
Neither the time nor the place.
You're not scaling any damage. Yep. It's fine. I should have grabbed Flame Wall. None of your friends know about Blight? Don't worry, I got you. Messed up the lower prison layout? It's fine. I don't have any layouts memorized, man. I just go top right and hope it's good enough. Upper prison south of Trial. I don't have a wisdom scroll. Thanks, man. Subconsciously, you remember some stuff? It's never really excited me to try to remember the layouts. Like, there's, like, definitely stuff I remember, right? But overall, like, I don't know. Oh wait, I actually want
I
that.
have nothing more to give.
No, I actually want that. Give me that. Hello? What up, Sammy?
The wonder.
Hi, hippie.
I saw
What it
you
is,
before the
homie?
Dominus girl.
Thanks for the follow. Wait, what? Sammy. When does Affliction end? I have no idea. Today or tomorrow is my guess. I have no fucking clue. Ends in less than 2 hours. Yeah, it's so bad. I know. I know. It's terrible.
A scion of perfection in mind, body, and grace. The crown.
Why not just
Am I? I'm doing really well. How are you today?
dead men walk in Rayclast?
Did you ask out loud? It ends in 108 minutes. Better go get your last minute magic finding in, boys. Better go get in your last minute magic finding because your rucksacks are getting deleted.
I have nothing more to give.
Whoops. No build. Oh my god, you wanted to borrow shit. Dude, you never. I fucking forgot. You should have just bugged me again. I totally fucking forgot.
I'll not be joining
Your rucksack will become remove only. Your rucksack will become remove only.
Well,
Judging?
take care. Be well.
Fine work. Stay sharp out there.
I have a simple choice ahead of me. Kill or be eaten.
Clear tornado shot now before it comes puncture. Good. Fuck that skill. We out. Your rucksack will become remove only. Your nutsack will become remove only. It removes thousands and thousands of people every day. XD. Your coworker just showed up to work drunk. You literally go to your boss and be like, hi, listen, this is a problem. Fix it, because I'm not working under these conditions. And then take note and record the conversation with your boss. So when they fire you as retaliation for not doing your job and reporting somebody, you sue them and make infinite money. Just make sure you record the interaction that says you went to your boss and said you don't want to work under these conditions with a coworker who's drunk out of their fucking minds. So when you get fired or get in trouble, you can sue for retaliation. Not even drunk? Classic. He's not that drunk.
Even in the graveyard.
Bringing a taxi dispatch call center. That plus 20 Atlas point note is questionable. I'm still not a huge fan of it, but I get it. It's probably fine for like 8 hours. Yeah, drunk is drunk, dude. Like the Scarab travel nodes, I'm aware. You only lose like 3 or something like that. I mean, after that, you just don't take a bunch of Scarab travel nodes. The problem is how much of a pain in the ass is it going to be to unspec that node? You need to consume 20 more unmakings. Well, the argument is that you're supposed to leave that node until you unlock another Atlas tree, and then you just start another Atlas tree. And then you fix that Atlas tree when you need it later. What's the best beat? Let's go. We're low middle of after while you work. Fishing. Gathering. You can gather boar meat outside of Velia. There's a boar farm outside of Velia. Cooking's another one too. But you need the materials, so if you don't have workers set up farming you the stuff to make beer or whatever, like you're cooking.
I'd almost stop. Farewell.
Run around the world and talk to NPCs for energy. Yeah, I was telling the homies they need to do that.
Got a job.
They were like, what? And I was like,
Stay sharp out there.
Hello. Goodbye.
every season. Picking up life skilling? It's totally reasonable to do. Hey, what up, that? So I have a link. It's in the patch notes. It got updated last night. If you scroll to the bottom of the patch notes, they add updates every single day, and they made it so that there are nodes now that say Blight chest drops are lucky, or it adds one chest is lucky. Not a bad idea with League starting to do something AFK. I might just log out for a month on BDO and then log back in a month for returning player rewards and to go back into Olvia. You might pick up BDO. You should have got it when it was $1. It's no longer $1. You're not gonna play this league. You already see yourself hating mechanic. It's all the other stuff that's cool. The mechanic is like whatever. It's I'm really excited more for the Scarabs, right? You've owned it since like 2017 or something. Oh, okay, perfect. Hold on, I gotta answer this. My glasses are so dirty, I can't see anything. Did Harvest Scarab change get removed? It did. So yeah, if you go to the patch notes page and you scroll down for updates every day, there is sections. So for example, I'll hide my face for this and you guys can read this. For example, you can now group maps by citadel and all this kind of cool stuff. And you can trade in bulk from what I'm reading. You can now bulk trade beast and shit. Bestiary, yellow beast are grouped together. Red beasts are now grouped together by type. And we should, if I'm reading this correctly, be able to bulk trade maps, beast, tomes, contracts, blight maps. Kind of rough for certain beasts. Since you want them for certain eye levels, since when? What do you mean? I've never heard of that. I would love to learn more. Do you have more info on why you'd want certain eye level red beast?
So, managed.
Shoto's document explains it?
Stay sharp.
That you want them for crafting reasons, or you want them for something else?
Still alive, are we? Stay sharp out there.
Yeah, the beast. Yeah, no, he's right. The beast level is based on where you get it from. But I didn't know there was a reason why you would want certain level beasts. It's been so long since I've read that document that I don't remember it, or like it was, I guess, maybe never relevant to what I was doing, so I never looked into it. I think eye level matters. I'm under the understanding that eye level doesn't matter too. But, you know, there could be, and you know, something that we missed about it. It's so hard to remember everything in this fucking game, you know? Oh, please. I mean, we could always just ask him when he's off work. Is it odd that the simplified juicing they removed sections but made dozens of new scarabs? Why? What do you mean odd? They just made juicing more refined. It's just, from my understanding, it's just so that you don't have to do beast essence, scarabs, deli, fuck, right? Like now, I hate Cyan. Yeah, you just like specialize in terms of scarabs with what you want and you juice the scarabs. Is that more simple? They could have just made 20 use sextants. No, it's sextants become the problem. Touch the damn waypoint? No. Madge? I'll delete this fucking guy so fast. We'll turn this car around. Sextants? You won't. Sextants made it awkward and made it so that you had to play a multiple of content, right? And removal of sextants and combining them into scarabs makes it, one, easier to prepare maps, and two, makes it infinite easier to specialize in what you're farming. Like infinitely easier to specialize in what you're farming. So you just get reward. So like the idea is, instead of having to do 8 or 9 different types of content, you get heavily rewarded. You get heavily rewarded for doing one type of content. Why did you reset? Because the run felt bad and slow and miserable and sucked. I mean, you could just link what you're looking at to me and I could just put it on the screen so you don't have to rejoin. I'm trying to find the document. You can just go to my beast videos. They're in my beast videos.
I'll not be joining you today, dead man.
Blight or Harvest and then go Sims. If the mana stacker will be able to handle them. I don't know anything about the mana stacker. I assume from what everybody tells me, it'll be really powerful.
Yes? God has
I'm excited for the Sanctum start, to be honest.
Fine work.
Even though I'm starting it late.
Farewell.
Hello.
Pat's no longer in Discord. A lot of people have left the Discord because a lot of people are very tired of a loud minority who decided that speaking their mind and being miserable cunt bags is worth it. So we've been removing a lot of people who
Kill.
decide that they're going to talk down to people and just try to spread bad information. Wondering if I'd be better off with Saba. I plan on doing mapping stuff. Or is the cultist that much better because of power charge? I can't speak for the mapping side of things. I have no idea. Thank you, guys. You're very welcome. I honest to God, I didn't do any of the mapping stuff. I didn't try any mapping stuff. I had no plans for mapping stuff. So I don't know. I have been told from other sources. That Sabo is the better pick for outside of Sanctum and doing stuff like that. So it is specific to mods you want from crafting, and it's very niche. Oh, interesting. I've said in the video, Shibby, my plan. I said it in the video. My plan is to do Sanctum until I get a Mage Blood. As soon as I get a Mage Blood, I'm re-rolling. Like, and I said that in the video, like, and I put POBs for people that, like, obviously, like, want to take the character a lot further and a lot further and a lot further and a lot further. But I don't plan. I'm planning on getting to the character to the point where I can do eye level 83s or whatever relatively easily and well. And I'm gonna do Sanctum for like a week, maybe less, because Sanctum's insane. I'm gonna get a Mage Blood and I'm going to fuck off. And then I'm gonna sell all the gear and all the power charge stuff, and I'm gonna go do anything else. Oh, you need an eye level 83 wolf. That makes sense. You have plans for your reroll character? Lightning conduit of the heavens? Cock DD? Can your Aurabot affect mind damage? I don't know. Necropolis can give us items like Crucible did. Necropolis is going to give you items like Sentinel did. You're gonna play default attack. It's just Rog? Maybe. I don't think many people are going to interact with the graveyard stuff. I think it's going to be too complicated and too time consuming. But I've been wrong before. My only reason for saying this is people didn't want to charge the fucking thing for Crucible. There's no shot in hell they're gonna want to go manage a graveyard. Because people thought Crucible was bad at the start, people still didn't play Crucible. It's one of the worst performing leagues. Even when people learned how to do it, they still did not give a fuck. They were like, and I quote, "Fuck this bitch, I'm out. Bow wow. Fuck this bitch, I'm out. Fuck this bitch, I'm out. No, fuck this bitch, I'm out."
Stay sharp out there. Judging.
It was in-map charging versus out-of-map. It's still gonna, I still don't think people are gonna like it. I've been wrong though. I hope I'm wrong. I hope it's fucking sick.
Goodbye.
That's all it's gonna be used for. Yeah, no, absolutely. People are just gonna slam bases or slam bodies together until it fucking gives you, it's just gonna slam bodies together until you get the mod that you want. And when you don't get the mod that you want, you just go buy more shit. Guess nobody knows. I'm sorry, I missed your question. Nobody knows what. If you, I apologize, I missed it.
So,
God hasn't abandoned us.
See, a lot of people are going to go heist for killing Kadava. Is it that good? Yes. Without a doubt. Yes. 100%. If I wasn't doing the duo shit, I would also be starting heist. Like 100% without a doubt. It's insane. Especially if you can, so like the idea deck is that, the idea is a lot of early uniques are worth a ton early, like a ton. And the idea is that if you can get 2 heist early, Sniper's Mark, War Banner.
Nothing more to give.
The idea is that if you can get there early enough, it's worth it.
Be well.
You upload another POB with leveling gems? Oh, thank the fucking gods.
farewell.
You guys, what's up with that, man? The pass other triggers them when moving and place them gives binds more area.
Can I not have but a moment's respite?
They made great money. Because they would do 2120 gems in one of the things, and it would make you cool 2120 gems. Thank you for the subarino. I appreciate it, man. What's up, man? No, you weren't supposed to tell him. He watches the VODs. I want him to freak out during the VOD. He does fucking run reviews. I wanted him to see it and just be like, oh, this dumb fucking cunt. Cock DD from Rue or go Connors. Those both seem really cool to follow. Or maybe start Rue and swap the Connor. Connor's is probably going to need a lot of investment because crazies are going to do what Connor does no matter what, right? Like, I'm really excited the league started and I rushed Sanctum this league. Hell yeah, bro. Let's go. Dang. If you get stuck or have questions, don't hesitate to ask. I have no fucking idea how to play an Aurabot. My understanding and knowledge of an Aurabot is literally whatever Shadow's telling me. Not an Aurabot. I don't know how it works with mines either. My understanding of an Aurabot when it works with bow characters is it gives me damage. Which mine skill can it support? I have no fucking idea. Is blood notch check still viable? To my knowledge, no, but I'm not the person to ask about the blood notch check. I don't know. Why then play it if you never understood it? Play something you don't like or don't know about? Why? Okay, so just because I don't understand Aurabot or how it works, 1 doesn't mean that I don't like it. 2 doesn't mean I don't want to do it. And 3 doesn't mean that I don't want to play with my friends. What the fuck? Hello? You don't have to understand something to want to try it. You don't have to understand something to want to like to do it. And you don't have to like my friends were like, hey, do you want to Aurabot and play with us? And I was like, I've never done it before. And they're like, what do you know about it? I'm like, fucking fuck all. And they're like, do you want to play with us? It might be fun. I'm like, true. Fuck it. Doesn't matter if you understand something. Doesn't matter if you not like something. What matters is like, are you going to be doing something with people that you might find fun? Are you going to be trying something that you think is going to be fun? I've never done Aurabot, and I think the idea of playing with my friends and being an Aurabot actually sounds really cool. Like, I get to log in with the homies. I get to log in with the homies and not give a fuck. Right? And yeah, you're also doing something that you know nothing about. You're not experienced with at all. You don't even know the basic beginning bullshit of it. And you're being guided by one of the best fucking people that you could be guided with. And he's somebody that you just want to chill with. Like, it's a fucking win-win all around. You get a good mentor, you get a friend, and you get to like, you know, go fucking high five in an Eiffel Tower kind of thing. I hate Scion. So you'll do softcore then. What I would like to know, and hear me out, is where, as for my own understanding, so I don't give this impression to others, if you can help me understand when I gave off the vibe that I was going to do hardcore, because I don't want people to get that vibe. What's the ceiling for Frostbite Spectre? Can you make it giga crazy tags or a lot of investment? Does it have a floor? I wouldn't do Ubers with it. It can do Ubers. It's not comfortable. You had me at Eiffel Tower. Oh, you know.
One prison to another.
Flip a coin. All right, ready? 3, 2. What did he say? Where was it? Tails, you reset?
A scion of perfection in mind, body, and grace.
I don't play hardcore either. They don't like losing characters, so hardcore is more fun. Oh, I thought I gave off the impression that I was starting hardcore. My apologies.
Why not just exit?
I hope that drink spills in your lap every time you do it.
So it's true.
Ow, my nuts.
Dead men can rape us.
My balls. My balls are on fire. Dang, they burn. No hesitations. I wanted $5. What do you mean? Of course I'm gonna flip a coin for $5. Fuck, who cares to delete these characters? Not the best deal. $5 or restart my practice run? $5, my guy. Let's go. Shish kebab. He's a D2 guy. Are you a D2 guy? YouTube chat's asking if you're the D2 legend. Shish kebab. They burn. You should get him checked out. No.
I'll not be joining you today, dead man.
Not the D2 legend. Unfortunate.
Well, Lionel. Farewell.
Fine work with. Farewell.
Can you Scarab Valda maps? No.
I've a simple choice ahead of me. Kill or be eaten.
No, sir. You avoid your character for fun this league? Non-set tier 17, non-Valdo tier 17s. I learned last night that I just have no idea how the tier 17 maps work. Because somebody was saying last night that they're unmodifiable, but I was under the impression that you can modify them with the league mechanic, so I don't know. Does this mean that the oven baked cat kill will basically be bacon as league start? Jew might not be around. I will not be in the guild for like the first week. Simply due to the fact that I'm going to be using Shoto's guild for trading and dropping off magic find resources. But after that week, yeah, no, I don't know if Cobe's playing or not either. I'm temporarily leaving the guild. I mean, you could stay in the guild. You don't have to leave it. It might just be like It might just be you. You don't have people to shuffle around stuff with? Yeah, you're probably not going to have that. Maybe with Hotto, if Hotto's off to play, you have to ask him. I don't know. But I know Jew's got stuff going on with the baby. With the baby. Fucks you, so for waiting for me. Just claim a global chat. I tried, nobody used it. I tried a couple times, nobody used it. Sad? No, it's Discord's infinitely better than global chat because I hate global chat in this game and I turn it off all the time and I don't want to ever have it on. We had a good run. Yeah, I don't ever use global chat in this game. I ever. I think PoE is actually one of the few games, and like this kind of is crazy to say. I think PoE is actually like one of the few games that like where like global chat in this game fucking blows, and I was gonna say something. Yeah, I hate guilds in this game. I hate global chat in this game. I think it all sucks.
While we live, we are blessed.
League stars of time, but not being a social leper is worth a lot. Yeah, but I would rather, if I would rather like still not be in global chat with fucking randoms, right? I would rather 100% of the time always be like in Discord with the boys. Even like the problem is that for me, and this is a me thing, right? I just think guild systems in this game are fucking booty cheeks.
Can I not have the moment to fight?
I don't know. I'm probably the problem.
I learn, I kill, I live.
See that guilds were bad? In this game. I don't like guilds in this game, yes. What do I expect from a guild system though? I think I spend too much time comparing it to like other games, right? This game just like feels bad. What else do you want from it? Okay, so you're not wrong. And I understand it's a me problem. I fully get it. Like, you're not wrong. It's 100% a me problem. I think that this game doesn't like this game doesn't make me feel like being in a guild is worth it. This game doesn't like have like the same rewarding features of like being in a guild. Simply due to the fact that I think that the party system in this game is so fucking weird compared to other games. Like, there's no dungeons. You really don't want to map with your friends unless you have an Aurabot. Like, all a guild system is a chat system in this game, and like maybe dumping fucking materials into for other people, and that like kind of feels whatever. Yeah, there's no relevant point. Yeah, that's a great way to put it. There's just no relevant point to being in a guild. It doesn't fucking do anything. An Aurabot is a character that wields a bunch of auras. That's all it does. And like I said, it's probably like a me thing, right? But like, I felt like when I play, like, for example, like World of Warcraft or Black Desert, or if I played like other things, it's always been like a lot easier to say to a guild, like, hey, I'm doing this. Do you want to do this with me? Or, hey, we're doing this. Do you want to come? Or somebody would be like, hey, I'm doing this. Should we do this together? It's easier to use a guild chat when you play rather than Discord for once. It might for some people, and it's not for me. Yeah, I could see it for some people. Gosh, I was wrong. I have a guild in PoE, just the easy transfer stuff between me and my brother. That's all me and you use it for too. And WoW Classic, I like playing with people, and this game doesn't reward me for playing with people. Right? It only rewards, in my experience, this game only rewards you for playing with people if you do it in a very specific way. Like, you're never going to put 2 carries into a map because it feels bad. Yeah, there's not real party content in this game. And leeching maps doesn't feel good. Leeching maps is fucking pointless. Right? It tries to do the D2 thing, and it doesn't do it as good as D2. Like, it feels really good in D2 to play with the homies and run Chaos Sanctuary. In D2, it feels really good to run cows with the homies, or bail runs with the homies. This game, it doesn't feel good to do shit with the homies unless you have a specific, like, you need an Aurabot and a curse bot and a fucking collar. Like, that, to me, that's like not, I don't like I'm going to do it, sure, but it doesn't do, right? Pretty much from the get-go, the game style has been set up for solo play. In D2, you were playing 90% of solo too. I never played 90% of D2 solo. Not at all. I played a lot of D2 with friends. I did a lot of D2 with the homies. The only time I ever played D2 solo was when you were like, the homies were sleeping. It was always better in D2 to like get into a party with people and like one guy goes Math, one guy goes Andy, one guy goes Pindle, one guy goes Nihilek. And then like you guys each had your farming spots for your very specific characters, and you would like make a game and you'd call it, say, like deck 2222, and everybody would join, and then the guy would go like Shank, Pindle, Meth, Andy, and another guy would do cows, and another guy would start a bail run, and then everybody would go to the bail run when everybody was at the throne. How's least last what I didn't even know if it has a guild system. I have no idea. And like I said, this could just be a me problem, right? And I can accept that it's just me and I'm wrong, right? But I can't, like, the big thing is like I can't open a map and you come into my map and we both get to just hang out in the map and do things, because you just like, you don't get rewarded for it. You kind of get like pseudo punished, right? Because like you're not accomplishing anything. I don't know how, I don't even know, Sagiri, if Last Epoch does or doesn't. Don't worry, Tencent will fix it and give you your loot pets too. And I understand that my take on guilds could be shit. And I understand that my take on party play in this game could be shit.
You managed to
Is guild stashing early?
got a job for you. You willing? There's a pool.
neither the time nor the place.
Guild system was good part of the game. Yeah, I just feel like PoE just doesn't do that well, and that's, like I said, I understand that I might be like a sole believer in that, and I don't expect anybody to follow my thoughts on it, right? Like, it's just, I've never really enjoyed the guild system in this game. It's never really done anything. What do you want about D3? So, say what you want about D3, but 4-man Greater Rift pushing was fun as fuck with the homies. It was. Yeah, that was definitely fun. What up, brother? What up, man? Maybe I'm just past the idea of, maybe a big part of it for me is like the idea that, and this might be crazy, but maybe PoE group play would just feel better if it wasn't if it was individualized loot. Like, could you imagine if like you just got to like open a map with a homie and you both like played tornado shot and ran all around? Or it doesn't have to be tornado shot, it could be whatever, and you both run around and you kill mobs and you don't give a fuck and you each just get your own loot and you could like split pull maps? Like, that might actually be fun. There's no reason, it's true. Okay, casting these extra skills on Scion just feels fucking bad. Freaking Crusaders. That would be amazing. It might, you know. How's it been? It's been really good, man. How the hell have you been? Do I want it to be like last Epoch? Maybe. I don't know. I just want it to feel good to play with homies outside of just being an Aurabot. Or having an Aurabot. My FPS tanks so bad. That sucks. Moved to America, built a life, got married in less than a year? Dang! Congrats, man. I wish you a very happy, successful marriage. Can you explain the new league mechanic? Let the bodies hit the floor and then take the bodies and put them in a grave. And then when they're in a grave, dig them back up. And then let the bodies hit the floor again. That's all I got for you. I don't fully understand everything other than you stick bodies in a graveyard and then perform a voodoo ritual and then it shits out loots. It's been crazy. I can only imagine. You're getting a new GPU? Nice. You're a gravedigger? Yeah, it's just Expedition 2.0. That's what the league mechanic is. You've evolved from robbing graves to digging graves. Go to the store before this interview? Yeah. I'm sad they changed essence farming. Essence farming might be insane. I have a feeling essence farming is going to be better than ever. packs of frogs with div for a div in hardcore. It's gonna be insane. Did you give her the Blight stuff already? We can talk about it again if you like.
Glorious to Axiom,
Let me just get this waypoint.
to another.
Essentially, every day so far, the patch notes have been adding stuff to the patch notes. So you can see updates to the notes. And last night, in the middle of the night, they made changes to the trade website so that now you can search and group things. So what's also coming too is there are changes to the Atlas tree for a couple of things. So like the Kirak nodes are now 2%. Do we know if they changed the beast pools for white map? I have no idea. But essentially what happened for Blight was Blight used to have this node that gave you a crafting option on the map device, this node that gave you a free use of the crafting option, and this use that gave you a free use of the crafting option. These three options are gone now, and they've been replaced. Well, the one notable is just gone altogether, and you still have 3 Blight chests and you're lucky. And then this one says 8% chance for Blight chest to contain an additional reward. Varieties from items contained in one Blight chest in your map are lucky. You think the new Scarab with 30% essence monsters have 3 essence will be able to push essence monster above 8? Do you think the new Scarab? What new Scarab? Do you think the new Scarab with 30% chance for essence monsters? There's a new Scarab? Where do you see the Scarab? How am I playing to earn money on League Start? I'm gonna duo with the homies for 3 days. It's the horn one that gives imbued crafts. Is that what that one does? Do you think the Scarab with 30% chance for essence monster to have 3 extra essences will be able to push essence monster above 8 total? I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile. In the Necropolis expansion, we have reworked Scarabs. We've got a few to show you today. These Expedition Scarabs can guarantee expedition encounters and
100% increased number of runic monsters.
enhance them greatly.
Expedition counters. So you need to have... This one's limit of 2. So if you're doing expedition, from my understanding, you need to have this Scarab to guarantee an expedition, and then this Scarab to give you more runic monsters, and then this Scarab to give you more range and explosives, and then this Scarab if you want 2 additional prefixes and suffixes. The rest of the ones are dog shit. Well, you would only use Rusted if you wanted to guarantee it, right? Without taking Atlas nodes. But you always take Atlas chance, right? It's not good with the nuke. But it's the 80% explosive range. You're always taking nodes. It's so few points to get to 100%. Oh, right. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, so then Rusteds are dog shit. Yep. Yep.
Reworked Scarabs. We've got a few to show you today. These Expedition Scarabs can guarantee expedition encounters and enhance them greatly.
This one, led by Danning, is really interesting. I understand why they picked Danning, but it's just like, what about my boy Tujin? What about my girl Gwenin? Why you gotta leave the homegirl out? Oh, they just tweeted. Hold on. The Affliction League is coming to a close very soon. Now! It's leaving! It's leaving! I love how I go to like check my thing to go to the PoE notice, right? And it's like, it's so funny because I get tagged in the post by you guys, and then the tag gets liked by Pussy Bacon Eater 69. Thanks for the follow, man. We appreciate you, Pussy Bacon Eater. Oh, God.
This cartography Scarab of Corruption causes all non-unique maps to drop corrupted with 8 modifiers. And this Horned Scarab of Awakening allows you to select an imbued crafting option on the map device. Let's take a look at a few of them. Tune
I
into
already
Zizzer
planned
and
on it.
Stream, March 26th at 2 PM PDT.
I already planned. Ice Trap, Assassin still viable? Probably. I don't see why it wouldn't be. I don't see why it wouldn't be. All right, I have to use the bathroom a minute. I'll be right back. Hello. I have returned. Cultist Aurabot? No. The only exciting part about Affliction leaving is that I can delete characters. Corpse life scaling. Wasn't the buff technically the +1 lucky chest? Yes. That's huge. It's pretty big. We also don't know what the Scarabs are doing yet. I am running the first reacts back to back because I would like to not let my teammate down. What do I low with Scion? Rolling Magma. Blight and Syndicate until Sims. Reasonable. I also, like, this might sound crazy, but I don't give a fuck about other people's league starters and how they're built and reviewing them and if they're like bait or not, like whatever. Like I'm not in the business of looking at POBs for content. When am I switching to auras? Reality, when am I switching to Aurabot? You the build, please? Shut up, bitch! Hands in the air! On the ground! Put your POB in your pocket! The builder hosting is getting kind of toxic. It's only a matter of time before, like, I don't even know if I should say this because I don't want to put that juju out in the air. It's only a matter of time until somebody is reviewing somebody's YouTube video on stream and bashing it and then gets a donation because they bashed it. The minute somebody watches somebody else's YouTube video on stream and reacts to it and then gets a donation from it, that's like grounds to get DMCA'd. like it's only a matter of time before somebody reviews somebody's video and then somebody finds out and they're pissed and they DMCA strike them for using their content for monetary gain without permission. It's the same thing from like the music industry, right? Like, yeah, like it's definitely a very thin line to be walking, and it's you know, so I don't know. They're roasting bait. They're roasting the bait people for modding. Of course they'll report it. Yeah, like it's rough, man. Especially in the PoE world right now. Like I don't want to look at anybody's shit. I don't want to click on anybody's fucking video live. I don't want to give any opinions. Think your point's invalid in that case?
The Wonder Child. I saw you perform for Dominus, girl. You were very good.
We'll find out. We'll find out. The Reddit build police. Yeah, I'm just not doing it. I want no part of it. making me rethink hexblast sanctum. I want to blight in maps and do blight maps too now. I mean, I'm gonna do both. Some people are obsessed. Yeah, I just want to stay out of it. I don't want to be involved. It's not worth it. Why'd you buy Sniper's Mark if you're not pressing it? I'm dumb. You've been making the videos. You love them. Thanks, man. It sucks that there's a lot of bait builds being posted. It's rough, man. It does, and there's a lot of people taking advantage of people. It's rough. It is. What build am I planning? I'm gonna be doing Aurabot for I'm gonna be playing Aurabot for a couple days with friends, and then after that I'm gonna play the hexblast miner that I put a video out on and do Sanctum until Mageblood. After Mageblood, I don't know.
I've traveled inland on the Emperor's Road via Prisoner's Gate. Had to skirt around.
I'm pretty sure I was supposed to buy a Leap Slam there.
Stay sharp out there.
It's, yeah, that's what it is. It's just League Start's like the best and worst time for things. What up, ma'am? How are you, miss? Good to see you, friendo.
Farewell. Yes?
I think I'm supposed to get faster attacks, right? Yeah, that's what I thought. Can I get momentum from now?
Hello. While we live, we are blessed.
This always happens, dude. I never find shit. My League Starts are always like this all the time. Fuck are you watching? I don't know. What are you watching? I'm physically in pain? Man, that sucks. You should see a doctor. Do you need me to call somebody for you? Altar Spirit Crystal? Nice. That's fucking awesome. Oh, I forgot to open mine. Hello, not from YouTube. What's up, man? Did you see Pussy Bacon Eater 69 liked your comment on Twitter? You're going back to work for 30 minutes? Goodbye. This hurts to watch. Should I just stand still more? How about if I do this? What if I did this instead? What if I only move like this? What's the good thing? Starter for Blight content? Anything that ignites, anything that proliferates, anything that explodes. We'll make it to the next zone eventually. Don't worry. I'm getting there. I was told to only use movement skills. What's the League Starter you want to do? Hexblast mines. You don't have my patience? Patience for what? I didn't realize I was being patient. Oh shit, I misclicked. Oh god! I can't get the amulet! Fuck! How do I click the amulet? What if I go here? Okay, maybe I can frost blink to the amulet now. Ugh! Dang! We got it.
The wall between
Eventually we'll get there. Don't worry, chat. The patience for people? What do you mean? You know what I mean? I would never. Oh no, I died. You're in pain right now? You should also see a doctor.
I not have the moment's respite.
Don't worry, we can find you medical aid.
Far too much baggage.
See, with a little bit of ingenuity, we can loot everything. Uh-oh, I moved. Accidents. Merges in 30 minutes. Yes, sir. Yep. And we say goodbye to the Wildwood. And we're sad forever. Is this not the gameplay that you guys long for? The most optimized used movement skill gameplay. Moving through your act and campaign at the speed of light. Utilizing movement skills at every step of the way.
I not have but a moment's
Removing the need for pain and misfortune from walking. This is not what you strive for, what you want, what you need, what you feel good about. My body's saying sleep. You should definitely sleep before you fuck up your Black Star. Sleep's good, man. The real question is, what do we do during downtime? Can't make a Black Star yet anyways. Why not? But I thought you have to just do the quest. Did you not do the quest yet? You should do the quest. Just do the quest. I'm gonna put Leap Slam on. Not the concentrated boss auras. How many do you need? Three? Does it say where to get them from?
Far too much baggage.
Does it say what? Okay, let me rephrase the question. Does it say what? So try gives you 30. Pry gives you 10. Duo gives you 20. What level does it have to be to give you fucking 3? And didn't you also just get a box the other day? Right? You just got a box, didn't you? Or did you sell it? Just open that box, melt that bitch down. But melt it the right way. Because one will give you one thing and one will give you another thing.
My old flame, my please understand. That is a honor.
Make sure that when you do the melting process, you choose the right process. Because one process will give you concentrated boss aura crystals for reform gear, and one will give you concentrated boss aura crystals for Black Star gear. One is simple alchemy and one is melting. Very big difference.
Is over, Captain. If you must.
Blade Vortex.
Greetings.
Have you ever played Accuracy Stacker? No, it's always been too out of budget. The idea of Accuracy Stacker is always intimidating to me because the need for the accuracy stacking rings. What are they called? Those like really cool rings. I can't think of the name of them. There's a ring. I don't know what it's called. Or comes from Delve. You combine the 3 rings together and you can get accuracy stacking ring that way. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, that. Waiting for new mystery boxes to spend money on. You really think I have to worry about carrying? I think Shoto will be fine. Look, I found 2 rings and a belt. You don't want to be behind? Or your XP's fucked? Wait, why would we be behind? I mean, the worst case scenario is we just like go back a zone, right? And just go EXP for a zone. You guys doing a run together at all? I asked him. I told him I could do it Thursday if he wants. But I don't know what his plans are. I asked him too if he wanted to meet up in Act 3 and just do a run from 3 on. And he was just like, he said that he needed to practice 1, 2, and 3. I asked him last night because he came into the Discord last night. The problem is I'm just having trouble focusing right now. Mostly because like the league and stuff is ending. Just stalling for 18 minutes. I don't know if I can. I don't know. Can I watch the Zizarin stream on my stream? Like, is that, I'm assuming I can restream it no problem. And I assume people want to watch it. I think everybody's going to do that. I'm not leaving. Well, no. I just didn't. I quit. This run's so fucked. I just don't know if I can like, well, I would stream the Zizarin thing, right? I would just stream the interview because it's like relevant, right? React stream. I just want to know what's coming. I want to know. I need to know what the Scarabs are doing so I can plan accordingly. And they're supposed to give us Scarab information. So that's the problem. Please add commentary. Everybody else is restreaming it. And having a look at Blight. What happened? They removed Mycelial Swarm and the Blight crafting option nodes, and they gave us instead that 8% chance for Blight chests to contain an additional reward varieties, and they are lucky. Yeah, they removed it because all the options are on the map crafting device now. Basically a tiny buff. I mean, lucky chests are huge, right? Because you get lucky chests here So you gain lucky chest here, lucky chest here, lucky chest here. There's another one somewhere. These ones give you additional rewards. Is it this one? There was other lucky chests somewhere. Is it here? Additional reward chest. One big, two small. See, I don't think this is accurate, by the way. I don't think this is accurate. Because this says the small entrance pass epidemiological collection now provides variety of one chest in your lucky instead of 2% chance of complete your maps to get a free use of the Blight map crafting option. Oh wait, these. No, these? See, I don't think this is right. No, this is epidemiology. Okay. Yeah, I think this is missing. I think this is missing nodes. I think there's supposed to be 2 more nodes. Right? Am I reading that right? Right? It says varieties of items containing 1 are now lucky instead of 2% chance of completing maps to gain a free use. So these, yeah, so these are changed, right? Thanks for the follow. Which I also think PoE Planner's wrong because this is 2% chance. And this fucking thing says 5%. What does this say in game? Too many hotkeys. Everything's so confusing. I don't even know anymore. I'm going home. Pretty good helmet.
Hello. Keep your eyes.
I'm gonna miss you, Affliction, but you gotta go. You were the best, League. The question is, now that Affliction's done, what do we do? Like, what's the plan for fucking Wednesday and Thursday? Nerf me, daddy. Affliction sucks. Why do you say that? Prepare for no sleep on Friday and Saturday. The actual the Wildwood itself was boring, yes. The Bard power was insane. It's gotta go. Why does it have to go? Why can't we just be super juiced out of our minds all the time? Why is that bad? You're gonna build a fresh hideout? Nice. It's not bad, I'm just coping. Some people genuinely think it's bad. Some people genuinely think it's like really bad. I can't wait to delete so many of these fucking characters. Oh. I gotta come up with a new naming scheme for Friday. I don't know what I'm calling my characters yet. Hiding super fun items like Headhunter behind a sweaty gamer tag is pretty lame. What do you mean? Bunch of broke boys this league? People always RMT. That doesn't change. People will always RMT. That never changes. You only have an assassin and Pathfinder. They're chase items for a reason. It's true. I got one of them selling essences. Glad they changed it. I had no reason to run non-white maps for essences. I mean, but that's not sweaty gamer tax. Maybe it's just warm in here. I mean, you didn't have to do, like, you didn't have to do essences on white tier maps. Like, granted, it was the most efficient way to do it for sure, and it was the easiest way to profit off of it, but like, you didn't have to do that. You could have done them in tier 16 maps and made a build that was better for tier 16 maps, you know? You just chose to do that, right? Like, there was no benefit though. To who? To what do you mean? Of course there was a benefit to doing them in tier 16 maps. But for sure there was a benefit to doing them in tier 16 maps. There's plenty of benefits. You just chose to not take advantage of the benefits of being in a tier 16 map while doing it. You can't drop Valdo boxes. That's true. You can't get good bases, which whatever. You can't get boss maps or like the map rushing stuff. You can't get any of that stuff. No altars. I mean, you wouldn't do altars anyways. You would just like, you would go in, kill the essence, kill the boss and leave. Or you would go in, you know, get rewarded for doing harder content and a lot of different mechanics now, and I dig it. I don't think that's bad. I think you're right. I think getting rewarded for doing hard, I agree with you. I think the game should reward you for doing harder content, and I don't think it does enough of that. I don't think you're wrong. I've always thought it was really interesting that, like, you know, Blight scaled pretty well. Did it though? You can't drop Ravaged and lower than tier 14. No, but you can like still get Divines in any tier Blight map. You could still get tons of currency in any tier Blight map. The only reason that you ever did tier 13, the only reason ever to do tier 13 or better Blight maps was to literally get golden oils. Like who cares? Like you didn't care. Like you still got tainted oils. Yeah, I know. That's the sad part. Yeah, that's the fucking sad part. I know. How much would you estimate Blight's buff percentage? Huh? What do you mean? League's ending in 5 minutes? Goodbye, Affliction. One last wisp for the road. will I stream this thing? If I am allowed to restream it, I will. 5 to 10% buff. I don't understand what you're asking. You don't think Blight is buffed at all? Why would, what? Huh? What? How is more lucky chest not a buff? How do, you don't even know what the scarabs do. Looks like if other streamers are restreaming it, then yeah, we can restream it. We can take a look at it. How much better do you think it is going to be? Oh, hold on. He tweeted earlier that you could. Oh, okay, then yeah, we'll watch it. I'm thinking in the general grand scale, like the ally change. The ally change. What do you, sir? Sir, this says that you get more varieties of items contained in Blight chests and they're lucky. What do you mean? That's insane. That's so good. That's insane. More lucky drops, that's it. You know what? You're right. It's bad. It's not buffed at all. It's crap. Also, not having any idea what this does or this does or this doesn't play a factor at all. I think having a 100% chance to guarantee a Blight in your map is more of a chain. Who cares about that? You just use a Scarab. You just use the Scarabs. I do think having a 100% chance to guarantee Blight in your map is great. I don't disagree. But I'm pretty sure this is going to tier up oils. Not many people can pay for Scarabs. Day one, just don't be bad. Don't do it day. Just fucking don't be bad. Just take, yeah, on day one, take the nodes. Lucky Blight equals when chests are rolled to determine what types they are. If there's more luck involved, then the chance of being premium chest instead of a normal one is increased. Yes, it takes the better of the two rolls. Blight gives you Scarabs. Did I miss something? Blight's bad. Don't do it. If I can find a good merch line, we can make the don't be bad shirt. I would like to find a non-scummy merch line. I'm still not a big fan of the plus 20. I'm still league starting Blight this time around. Hell yeah. Let's go. You can't use Scarabs. I don't think the plus 20 is going to be very good. But I've been wrong before, and I'm willing to accept that I'm wrong. I mean, there's a reason high tier oils offer X. Yes, I agree with you, Blossom. This run could be 330. Nice. What did you play? Was it Armor Brand Cremation? I'm pretty sure this is gonna give you more lucky chest. Or this one's gonna give, one of these is gonna give lucky chest. SRS, nice. Your PB is 16 hours. Just let them cook. Yeah, thank you for the resub.
XDX.
XDXXX. I'm glad that my painful run has decided to allow you to give me money. I want to see if other people are streaming it. A few streamers have reached out and asked if they can watch/react. Of course you can. Oh yeah, okay. So he gave permission. Thank you for this. All right.
We're good. Awesome. I think we're ready. He was an Aurabot once.
All right, I'm gonna pee
What do you
really
mean
quick
once?
while
I'm
we
always
start.
an
Let me know if I
Aurabot.
miss anything.
I'm permanently an Aurabot. I was a freeze miner once. And I was a multi-flame totem once. Those are my two most iconic. Because that one got me the job. And then the freeze mine one almost lost me the job. Not really, but you know, it it was a bit scary.
That's funny. All right, I'll just start us off, and I'll start recording on my end too, just so we have like for uploading to YouTube later. I think we're ready. Hi, Scissorin here, and today I am privileged to be joined by Neon, or Mark Roberts, game director of Path of Exile 1, and we're going to talk about a lot of different stuff, including Necropolis League. Thank you so much for joining me here today.
Yeah, no problem. It's good to be here. It's actually my first one-on-one interview outside of ExileCon ever in my 11 years, coming on 12 years here, so a little bit. I'm not used to this for sure, but
and we've been
see how it
seeing
goes.
more and more of you lately. Do you want to like give yourself a little bit of an introduction of what you currently do at Krainiger Games?
Oh, I'm gonna shut the
Sure. So I am the game director. What does that mean? Well, one of the game directors. What does that actually mean?
Is this too loud, by the
Ultimately,
way?
I decide what happens. I yes or no things on a grander detail. A lot of the nitty gritty can get, I trust to other people. At that point, if I wasn't doing that, I would be completely drowning all the time. High level design decisions, most of that, and obviously there's a bit of a thing of like the highest and lowest points of game development are both a form of QA. Ultimately, I am the one that has to say whether or not something is good enough to be presented to people. So yeah, ultimately I kind of I walk around saying yes or no a lot of the time and discussing a lot of philosophy and whether or not we should do things. But it's very moment to moment, computer to computer. Not really sitting there on my computer doing things. I'm walking from person to person to person, kind of seeing their work, kneeling down next to them, kind of seeing what's going on, talking to them, making sure everyone's on the right track, stopping things that are on the wrong track, all of that kind of stuff. So very hands-on, very active, and very enjoyable.
Awesome. And you still like get time to play the game a lot yourself as well, right?
I do. Less than I would like, but that's ultimately, you do things like eventually you buy a house and now you have to spend X% of your life dealing with that, and then you get a cat, or I've got a cat, and all of a sudden a small sliver of cats are not high maintenance. But anyway, you end up losing a bit of your time to all of that, and but I say mostly my predicament is that I get stuck in this like, is it more enjoyable to play the game or work on the game? And often working on the game is more enjoyable, but playing the game is often, like, obviously still very enjoyable. But sometimes working on the new thing can be a little bit more of an allure for me, especially if it's a fun problem to try and solve or something that we're developing. So either way, like, you could argue I'm still interacting with the game, but yes, sometimes I am working a lot more than I am playing, and sometimes I am playing a little bit more than I'm working. Obviously, still doing a lot of work, but nonetheless.
Yeah, I feel like it's important
for
game devs to play their own game a lot as well. Like, I feel like you always see and notice that when people play their own game, and I think we have that here, especially with the way you were talking about things. You were like, "This is good, this is bad, let's change it." And that's very refreshing, at least to me as somebody that does play the game a lot. That's awesome.
There's certainly details. I used to remember every single name of every single unique, their stats, their min ranges, max ranges. You could tell me every notable on the tree, and I'd tell you exactly what it was. That
Didn't
I
he,
don't know
like-
if it's the whole
didn't
getting
he
into
break the
30s and
game
short-term
multiple
memory loss,
times
or if
too,
it's
like, before he was a
he
dev?
probably, or if it's just simply
He
that I'm more
started as a
focused on the
player.
broader scale and less on the like exact details. Like, I will see unique items early in the development when their name is like rename me in capital letters, and then I'm like, yep, this is good. And then they'll go into it, they'll get a name, but I never know what that name is. And then someone's talking about it later. And unless I've specifically seen it on live or I've like approved a like post to go to, like a teaser or something like that, someone will say a name and I'm like, I don't know what that is. Like, so yeah, there's details that got lost. But again, when I was QAing everything and designing everything and actually putting the actual entries in game, I certainly knew more of the finer details, but I certainly know a lot more now in terms of, bigger picture, and actually how to design grander systems and put them together and all of that. But I still do play as much as I can. But yeah, then yes, as I said before, the short-term memory loss in the 30s certainly starts to play a role. So everyone can look forward to that one. I'm pretty sure that's a universal problem.
It is. Getting past 30 was hard. I'm 35 now. I feel old. I figured we
Fine,
could...
it's fine. Let's move on. Because we're gonna
Yeah,
start
I don't
talking
want to talk
old we
about
are, and
age.
yeah.
I want to talk about our first topic, which is teasers, which you reached out and you were like, hey, I don't know if you would mind, but like we could show off lots of cool things that are coming. And I was like, yeah.
Yeah, I'm always keen to do that. I obviously we'll post all this to everyone afterwards. I don't want it to be that if you're not here, you fully miss out, of course.
Yeah.
So that's fine, but I figured we can go through them and discuss some of them.
Do it!
So yeah, I mean, start us off with whatever you want, really.
I have it all prepared. It is ready to go.
Did I miss anything important?
Alright.
Zizzern is 35 and Mark is 30.
Let's see.
Area contains a Black Morgan?
Move it
Wait!
below our
What?
windows. There we go.
Hold on!
Bestiary Scarab of the Shadow
Wait!
Crow. Area
Back
contains
up!
the Black Morgan.
Hold
If it
on!
contains Einar.
Well,
Wait!
what does that mean, I wonder?
Yeah, what does
The
that
Black
mean?
Morrigan was the beast, the monster. There's like a crow monster boss from Affliction, but
Yeah.
this one's a little bit mysterious, and I won't give away too much, but it's just kind of some of the. There's obviously a new beast to capture, and I guess the implication is that that beast can be used in some recipes that you may or may not know about, and we'll have to find out what those are.
Could that be that which was taken?
No, it is not that which was
Oh.
taken. But
Damn it.
speaking of that, we can quickly tangent to that. So
Yes,
I do
please.
have a little bit of
What happened to Chris? He's still on. He's just
that obviously was very
assigning
powerful.
more
Yeah.
No doubt
people
about it.
responsibilities.
In the context of charms not really existing, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense because now it just feels like we don't want our uniques to feel like rare items and that they get a random set of modifiers. And in the context where you have charms, you can have the unique and the unique has a random set of those things modifiers. It makes a bit more sense. Now, I know there are modular unique items and jewels in particular, so like Watcher's Eye, but at least it's like it has some of the fixed mods and, like there are some kind of half exceptions. But that being said, what I do want to try and do in the future is because Ritual doesn't really have a meta end game, is try and work the King of the Mists into that, change it so that some of the Affliction monsters are part of Ritual, and then have it that a more end game objective is to actually, get to that boss and kill that boss. And then you might see some return of some of these items, including that. No promises, of course, but the hope is that we may even find a way to integrate charms some other way, not necessarily into like a socket on an ascendancy class or anything like that. It could just be some other way, but my hope is to reintegrate that, and it will give Ritual. I know we added omens this league to Ritual, but it would give Ritual a bit more of an end game thing and a bit more of a like meta objective outside of just killing monsters in a circle repeatedly. So
sort
hopefully
of
that would be
potentially something similar to Ultimatum, where there's a chance that it opens up to the boss with Kings of the Mist.
Yeah, or it could be that, like, we adapt the ritual splinters to something where you're accumulating pieces that you put together and then eventually go and find him or something like that. I'm not exactly too sure. We'll experiment with a number of options, but
Awesome.
hopefully we can do that because it also just modernize the content in a way and add a little bit more to it and just make it more fun and a bit more, have a bit more depth to it.
That sounds super cool. All right, should we look at the next Scarab?
Sure.
We have
Hopefully
a
we've got
lot
the
of
same
scarabs.
ordering.
That's the
Lot of
that's the
scarabs,
thing.
lot of
Yeah, so
scarabs.
the next one that I see is Scarab Beyond 5. Beyond Scarab
Yeah, what's
of
the
the
actual-
Invasion. Need to resize it a little bit here.
I've got the I got the same images here, and I got on my keyboard, so I'm going through them. So hopefully, if we
Nice.
have the same order, otherwise
Yeah.
we'll be dealing with a little bit of stream delay.
Unique monsters slain in the area create 8 to 12 additional Beyond portals. Nice.
So I guess this one
That's a lot.
is really like I could see what stacking rogue exiles, stuff like that to help promote getting maximum amount of beyond output. There are obviously a whole suite of beyond scarabs there are for most of these, but we've picked out just individual ones that I thought were kind of interesting or had interesting interactions with other leagues
It's
and stuff
bad?
like that. So yeah, I mean we don't have to discuss these thoroughly. Some of them are
Yeah.
straightforward and just to the nose.
Yeah,
so.
this one is pretty straightforward.
One thing you'll notice, and I know this one is limited to 1, but it's something we didn't really talk about, is the scarabs now have a limit. So you can see
Oh,
that
I
below
see,
the
limit
stack
1.
size. So previously, scarabs were completely mutually exclusive. You could not use 2 of the same one. Now sometimes you can, and sometimes you can't. And it's actually, as we get through some of these, you might see some
Wow.
limited to 2s. Some of them are limited to 4.
Limited to 4?
Obviously, you can't do more than 4. That is
Yeah.
the
What?
current, probably maybe forever cap on our map device slots. But yeah, anyway, we'll keep an eye on that one as well, as that is a new thing. So that limit does mean how many of them you can put in with a single map.
Yeah.
So it allows you to sometimes do a bit more than you could before.
Very cool. I'm going to open the Scarab Breach New 1. Area contains 2 additional breaches. Awesome.
Medium.
Here's an example of a limit to limited.
Oh,
Oh,
right.
it's limited to
So
4!
this is like if you just like let's say you're fully invested on the Atlas tree into breaches and you don't
Wow.
have like so the scarabs have different kind of commonalities. So this one will drop the most common out of all of the breach scarabs, and because it is just the enabling the league. So you might
never
often have a
use
lot
four,
more
though?
of
Don't
these
say
than
never.
the other types. And you can, if you get excess of ones you don't want to run, you can use the 3-to-1 recipe with the vendor to get a random output. The harvest conversion, which was posted the other day, I believe, is gone. And the reason we did that, I would just clarify that, is that like we wanted it to be that we could drop more. And we found that with that in place, it was people were feeling obliged to, effectively have to spec into some level of harvest so that they could always re-roll them. So ultimately, internally, we were like, let's just get rid of that. We can still do the 3-to-1, but that way it's at least costly, and we will just drop more of them. Like they are quite plentiful. I think people might actually be quite surprised to how plentiful we've gone with this.
I'm telling you, that
at
node
least
sucks.
From
That
our
fucking
testing,
20
and
passive
we've
node's
actually
gonna
had the
suck.
scarabs on alpha, which is very not normal for us. We've had the scarabs with the drop rates and it being iterating on that on alpha for I think a good month, which is very not normal. That might not seem like a long time to most people in other games, but normally there's like if you're lucky, you'll get 2 weeks of alpha testing just because things aren't ready enough. So we specifically got ahead of this feature.
I agree with you,
because I was like, okay, if we ruin endgame juicing, like the game's probably dead.
You just said
so let's
scarabs
not do
are
that.
plentiful.
So if we're going to do something this risky, we need to be damn certain it's going to be good. And so I feel like we've taken every measure possible to try and confirm that. So yes, we've had a lot of testing on this one, and we're pretty happy. And they are quite plentiful. And obviously, with the Atlas tree, you can spec into
don't
a lot,
wanna
getting a
not
lot
drop
more of
scarabs
them
if
if you
they're
want,
plentiful.
or if you don't want. But yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, so this is a common
that's
one.
very cool.
Oh, sorry.
No, I think the limit thing is just a very interesting way to make something, because this is sort of the equivalent of like the cheaper scarabs before, but having the limit thing there makes it so much more interesting. So I really like that.
Yeah. So yeah, it might find you have excess of these, and thus you can use more of these at once. So if you just want to run 8 breaches every map, and you don't really want to like run your other breach scarabs, you don't have to. And maybe because the tree's investing in it, and then when you find a rarer scarab, you might do maybe 2 of these, one of those, and one of
depends.
something
It's probably-
else.
I
and,
bet you it's
can-
more, man.
There's heaps of like combinations and mixing and matching that we expect people to do.
Very cool. All right, we'll look at another one. Breach New 2. What always belong to Chayula? Limit 1.
Dang!
Nice.
Yeah, so this is one of those examples of a rarer one, and you might want to occasionally use this, especially, well, you're probably going to want to use this when you're also fully investing in everything else possible with Breach.
Yeah.
So yeah, it is expected that you kind of like. I would expect people not to use too many of these ones without also being fully invested into the tree.
Yeah.
And that's again where the multiple tree comes into play. But again, if you can either save it for later if you do want to like maybe change a tree later, or if you just don't want to run it for that league, just trade them all away or 3-to-1 them. But I suspect 3-to-1ing higher rarity ones is not going things for the more
Yeah,
common
so
ones.
you
for sure.
can 3-to-1 one of the lower ones and get lucky and get one of the best ones.
Yes, you can. I'm 99% sure of that. I'm just trying to think if we did that. I'm pretty sure, yeah, it should be fully random. It's like obviously it's still rare, but yes, you can get lucky and get that, yeah.
Let's look at the Breach New 3. Contains a Breach Lord. So that'll be on every breach.
Yes, it will be in every breach. So yes, obviously you run number of breaches, you then get Chiola, and if all of them can be Chiola, you then get a Breach Lord guaranteed in every single one of them, and then obviously again, combined with the tree, now you're just obviously getting metric tons of splinters going on there of Chiola type.
Awesome. Moving on to the next one, Breach 4. 50% more splinters, 50%. Oh, and the class plans also give 50% more splinters, and a limit of 2, so you can get 100% more.
Yep, so it's, I guess you're going to have to kind of weigh it up at some point. If your goal is to get XP and more standard drops, it might be worth using another +2 breaches, whereas if your goal is to get like breach stones, then it could be that this is actually more what you want to do, and you could, there's some quantification you're going to have to do to weigh that up, again, balancing it with your tree and whatnot. But yeah, I mean, it's straightforward. It's
polished gilded.
50% or 100% more breach splinters from the hands and monsters, yep. So that's the full breach set of them.
Breaches in area have 5 to 10 additional class
hands.
Oh, that's cool!
5 to 10 additional class hands. And
that
they're
one's
guarded
cool.
by a rare breach monster.
Yep,
Wow,
so just
that's
every
a lot
time
more
you open them, a
monsters.
rare monster comes out. Yep.
This
Wow,
one's
that's a lot
really
Rare
good.
monsters. And
And
that's
for-
again per breach. So
That's awesome.
what do you, depends how many breaches. You can get a lot of breaches, but I know some of them are percent chance, quite rare on the tree. There's that like low chance for heaps.
And for like for those that
It's like
didn't catch it,
19
the hands
hands,
open
or
automatically
19
now,
breaches,
so
by the way, I
pretty
think.
Oh yes, oh thank God.
cool. Scarab.
There's some things like that which seem so obvious. Like
Yeah.
you just like of course it is just annoying the whole time, and yet nothing really ever triggered in my
100% to
brain
have
to
one,
tell
yeah.
me like this is easily changeable. It was actually we were
Yeah.
talking with one of the console producers here, and he was just like, you can't target them in the midst of all that because of the way that console targeting has prioritizations. And I was
Yeah.
just like, oh well, like of course that's a problem. Let's change it, but like obviously it should just change in both versions. And so like that's just an example of just someone bringing that up, and it's just even though it seems so obvious when it's mentioned, I don't know. I guess it's harder for those like single detail of a single league to really remain at the front of your brain. Like when you then even if you're
Yeah.
playing at home and I end up writing down like 30 things when I'm playing, and I'm like, here's all the things I want to talk about or get changed, and then I come in and I normally talk about it, but stuff like that can often just easily get lost and just
Yeah.
kind of be at the background for so long. Yeah.
How do you feel about doors?
There is, I think clicking them is essential, but there
Let
is
me know if that's
something
too loud.
certainly not entirely fun about it, but I don't think that doors should automatically open for you. I definitely do not believe in that.
Okay. Interesting. Do you want to expand on that? Because I don't particularly feel like it's super beneficial to click on doors.
I'd say this one's a little bit, it's going to seem nebulous because at the end of the day, I don't have a good rationale aside from just it should feel realistic. And I think that is I know it's fantasy, but I mean in the sense of physics should feel realistic in that regard. Like there are worlds where I could see, you know, there's a specific magical skill that someone like a gem or something where you can like, you know, use lightning magic to open a door from a distance. And
Or
that
they have a
could be
health bar.
I mean, in some cases, yes, some probably could be damageable and thus openable on damage. There possibly are some circumstances, but like, say the big Val stone doors, I don't think that should necessarily be the case. That's
Yeah.
also a kind of a lot of work to do that, right? But I am I like a game that feels
He already
as
put it in? Yeah, he did.
grounded as possible, and that is a thing where it's like just to be able to, like, if your character is just like telepathically able to open doors, then why isn't it telepathically able to do a million other things? And I just think that keeping that grounded and keeping that, I guess, physics to some degree is important for me.
It could also mean that like the Valve just like started like this new door company and expanded their doors to the rest of the world. You know, like automatic doors, $5.99 per door. Buy them here.
Well, technically, the Val did do it. The Val just only did it in incursion temples and those and whatever structures those are for some reason. They had the cataclysm before they could expand that technology everywhere else. I don't know.
That's fair. I just had to ask. I feel like I would have gotten lynched if I didn't, but definitely that's something that a lot of people in the community do want automatic doors.
Top tier yapping.
At least
yeah.
in more places.
It's seriously in that category of thing of just like automate everything, click less on everything. And I understand how people get there, but I think that is one where I would not cross that line. There are many other things I would rather improve than that. And I'll quickly it's somewhat adjacent, but it's to do with clicking on things. I don't know if you noticed in that PoE2 build that you played. I don't know if anyone really noticed, but did you or anyone mention the item pickup range?
Yeah, it's longer, very very noticeable longer. But I did not mention it
so
in my
that
video.
So the moment I haven't watched all the stuff responding to that, but that is something I would like to move over. So at least it's like less. I have to walk 3 centimeters. Now I want to make sure we get it perfectly right before we do that, because that is the kind of thing where once you put it in, it cannot go lower. It can go higher, but it cannot go lower. So we want to get that perfectly right in PoE2, and then I would be pretty keen to move that over. It does require a little bit of, like, it's not just item pickup, it's NPC interaction. Like, you don't need to be, speaking of the physics and the reality, you don't need to be 3 centimeters in real world space away from an NPC's face to be talking to them. You can perfectly do it from like 2 meters away. So there's things like that as well, where I'd like it to just improve interaction distances are kind of across the board, so you don't have to be so close to everything. And doors would probably get the same kind of treatment, so at least you wouldn't have to be like actually touching them. But I can't say exactly what that should be. Like, what we're doing in the PoE2 is going through object to object to object and like customizing exactly what we want that range to be, that it kind of feels appropriate, yet also feels okay to use on WASD. So even though PoE1 won't have WASD in that regard, at least something like the interaction distances ever. Well, there's a lot needed for that. I'm just going down the
It's
giant,
just really interesting because I hated the idea of WSD, but after trying it, it was very good.
Most people are going to be converted, but I agree
with
what's
that.
actually needed.
I 100%
for that
think that's
is
going to be the play.
We need the new character rig. Just thinking about this. In order to get the new character rig, you'd have to have all the new animations, which seems like a win, except not all PoE1 skills will have animations on that new rig. So you'd have to do a bunch of animating. And in order to get the rig, you'd have to re-rig you'd have to reskin every single armor in the game, all PoE1 items, and all existing microtransactions. Now, that is being done for PoE2. So I could see a world. I could see a world where like some amount, probably like a year into PoE2, we would be like able to have had all the items on PoE1 rigged onto that rig, and thus it could port over, and thus you'd get all the new animations. Now, whether or not we actually want to do that's a different story, but there is a world, but that would then give us the minimum requirement for WASD to be on PoE1. So like we're talking a way away, and that is like a strong if, you know what I mean? Like, and that's just straight objective resourcing. That's not like a philosophical decision by any means. That is just like there is a ton of work that needs to be done to achieve that. Yeah.
Awesome.
I don't think it's dumb. I think it's relevant.
More teasers with the Scarab Domination 4.
Shrines are guarded.
What do you got here? Domination Scarab of Tears.
Yeah.
Wait, modifiers to the final map boss also apply to these guardians.
Okay.
Wait,
is that a random map boss?
Yes, it
Wait,
should be, but
what?
you know, I will get that confirmed. It should be random. It shouldn't just be the same one. But if you never know, it might have been set up that way.
Wait.
So what can you get? 11 shrines?
Can
Is that
that
the thing?
drop
11?
anything like guardian maps, like stuff like that?
I do believe that's what that last line is meant to imply. It might have alt text that verifies that. I think it is meant to drop the guardian maps and the additional maps and all of that. I can
Wow.
verify that afterwards, and I can let you know, and then you can tell people if you want. But I'm pretty sure that was intended.
Very
That's
cool.
fucking.
Yeah, because
'Cause
I would have
otherwise
read
it
the
wouldn't
last line
say
as
that.
just damage mods applied to it.
What?
I agree. I actually
What
do
the
believe. I
fuck?
consider that to be unclear, and I'm hoping that has a reminder text. Otherwise, we will.
Cool.
I will get that verified. If not,
Oh, that would be super nice. Awesome. That was a very cool one. Man, we have so many. We'll move to Essence 1. This is just Essence
Wow.
Scarab. So that's similar to the Breach
It-
one.
yeah, is what it is. We can just move on. Adds 2 essences.
That's a good one.
Essence
Essences
Scarab
are a
off
higher
Ascent.
tier?
Alright, tier higher, limit of 1.
So this is, I guess, it used to be on the passive Atlas tree and is now found on an essence instead.
That's nice.
But not a huge amount to discuss there.
Nah, I'll move on to 3. No, wait. 3 is skipped, so we only have 4. Very curious. I wonder
Yeah,
what 3 is.
I haven't put
All
the ones,
rare
but yeah, you
monsters
can just
in
read out the
area are
actual names. The
imprisoned
Essence
by
Scarab of
essences.
calcification. Yep.
Hold! I
Oh,
told you
wow.
it'd be nuts!
What?
That's insane!
It doesn't include league content, of course. They can't spawn out of a breach and just be in an imprisonment, but all natural inhabitants, rare monsters, will be imprisoned in essences, yes.
What? So wait, how many
you're-
maps or how many essences are you gonna get in a juice map now?
Okay,
Wow.
well, you can get 2 per scarab, and then I can't remember how many you're getting from the tree, so I mean... And then, I mean, that doesn't matter, though. On top of this, you're getting...
Definitely
What do you got?
one.
Like 50 natural packs. I mean, you got about 50 and 40. I mean, it's 7. Okay, so if you take like a 70,000 effectiveness map, as we like to call it internally, which is one of the better maps, like as in highest density of monsters, you'll get what is that?
Wow.
70 packs, and you got 14%. I mean, it's what, like, you could get maybe 10 without adding extra other packs that might get imprisoned. You will get like an extra 10 essence monoliths, I guess, maybe.
Wow. And
You
to
could probably-
confirm, this
you could
doesn't
probably get
work
more
with
than that.
any like league content like Legion, Breach, etc., right?
It should not, no, because those kind of technically spawn afterwards, and
Yeah.
um,
That's so cool.
I will verify some of that as well, because there is some interaction that I'm thinking about that I'm not too sure on. Like,
Beasts?
well, I wouldn't say so much beasts, but you never know. But more like, actually, that is the one that might. I would have to double check. But it could also be like if you add packs through other scarabs. I'm not sure if they like just random packs that you can get, which like what the sextants used to do. I'm not sure if those will count either. So there's some detail I'll look into there, but we can if we keep some notes in this in the like chat on Discord, or to keep a list of the questions, or I can get Nicholas is probably listening. He can do it. I'll give a bunch of answers afterwards as to verify how a lot of these work.
So
I wish I knew enough, but again, this
Yeah.
is that kind of level of detail that I'm not really I'm like, this is cool, let's do it. And then some little decisions will be made along the way. And then I'm like, you know, you can go either way with that.
They
as
haven't
to
said
what's
anything about
like
beasts
actually
yet.
implementable and what's fun, and we'll just go ahead and that will be how it works. But then those things don't necessarily get told back to me on that level of detail. And then I discover them on live, and I'm like, holy shit, this is too broken. What have you guys done? Or I'll be like, yep, sweet, perfect, well done, guys. But yeah.
I am a little bit curious with all of these things being reworked. Is that going to potentially need a balance pass on the memories, like the essence memory and things like that?
Possibly. I'd say I'm not happy with where memory lines are. I think they can be a more a bit more of a core system, and right now they're very rare, very hidden, and some are broken and some are terrible.
Yeah,
And I think that just needs some love. It was on the cards for 324, but there was just no way we had enough time to do that.
that makes
So
sense.
I would say that's later. It's the one aside from favored maps, it's the one remaining thing that is actually used on your atlas, and that's something I like. I like the fact that you actually have something that you can you actually right click and left click on your atlas, and picking a map is relevant and actually has an impact. Now that sextants are gone, but then again, that's not to say sextants were the right way of doing that. I think we can replace. So I have one other idea there. I'll mega tangent, but hopefully it's all good.
Go ahead.
There's a new Scarab that is the divination. I think it was of scrying or something like that. And it's the one where it's like your favored maps drop in a different. The map you're running drops your favored map's divination cards instead, or as well as, I can't remember. I actually wanted to make a scrying orb that is something where you can right click on one map, left click on another map, and it will move the divination cards drops from that map to the new map. And I still want to do this. I actually think that is a very good solution to the whole, like, I want to run the map I want to play instead of having to run the one that is, has the best cards. Now, I don't know if that would mean you can move 6 different maps to one. I suspect it'll start as at least as a 1-to-1 correlation, but that is something I really want to do. That's just something we were discussing recently, and I was like, I feel like this would help. So that Scarab that kind of does that in a different way would be able to stack with that as well. It's not like an issue that they can both coexist, but I don't want it to be that the solution to that problem is finding a rare Scarab. I want it to be that this is something you can do a bit more often. But anyway, that's just a random potential future teaser that hopefully may or may not happen, depending if people think that's a good idea, really.
Yeah, I mean, I think, just looking at chat's reaction to that, everybody's really excited with that. I did see some people were saying, won't we only run one map then? But, I mean, I'm not against it.
I would argue a lot of people already kind of do that. And yes, maybe. There's kind of some ways around that.
He said Scarabs are going to be
but
plentiful. But
I
the
would
rare
argue
ones are
that
going to be
is-
rare, but you give 3-to-1 shitters.
I mean, okay, here's the question.
And
If
when
you
you
remove
3-to-1
divination
shitters, you
cards
can
from
get
the
anything.
equation entirely, would everyone still just run one map?
Yeah.
And I don't know if the answer is yes, and I don't know if the answer is no. You obviously always get the meta and the majority doing a thing. But is that, I guess, how much different is it from what's happening right now? And it may be
Very,
quite different.
yeah.
Maybe it maybe isn't. I feel like before we added that, there was still a decent chunk of you run different maps. I mean, yes, there was obviously the whole, like, everyone runs Gorge and everyone runs Strand and everyone runs... but we also had the capacity to, like, we can rebalance maps. Like, we can change map layouts. We can change densities of monsters and maps. There are plenty of levers we can up and down, and we haven't really been doing that, honestly, for quite some time, because ultimately what governs what maps are run is either it's the most efficient for boss running, or it's got highly efficient, like the highest value or set of values for divination card acquisition.
Yeah.
But anyway.
Another thing as well that I was thinking of is, like, for example, I always run Blight Scarabs in Carcass and things like that, so you get more Blight rewards. So it's generally just like, when you have a reason to do a different map.
For sure. I actually like the I like the difference between, say, like, if people feel it is obviously good enough to run do the 10-way fights, which I know aren't as good as just like spamming the Guardians for Mavens and whatnot. I would like to actually mitigate that a little bit as well. But when when someone does choose to kind of do the 10-way maps and you're kind of just running whatever maps you want, I actually do think that can be quite a fun play style. But you have to be not economically driven to really convince yourself to do that right now, which there are players who do that, and that is fun. But yeah, I want to make it that the economically driven decisions there play less of an impact, I guess. Which is just a matter of balance, and the balance not being correct. So
yeah, I feel like a little bit of it is also that you have to choose between, like, Maven or Eater or Exarch influence. Like, if I could Maven and Eater influence, that would maybe be less of a problem.
true. Well, hopefully, at least now, you can have one tree that does one and another that does another, and at least you can choose which one you're going to do and change between them on a daily or hourly or whatever you want basis. And that is so much better for me, and I'm very happy
gonna be
about
great.
that. So
People are very
Um,
excited for that.
yeah.
We'll move on to the Harbinger Scarab here. This is
Harbinger's gonna drop a
Scarab of
single type of
Discernment.
currency shard.
Drop a rare
Oh!
currency shard and drop a single type, so it picks one and only drops that.
Can you
So
go
this, I guess, will
fishing for
be
mirror
if you happen
shards?
to get the fractured shard. I guess is the best outcome that can happen there, and you know, you might it'll have the same kind of impact as finding like the divine altar from Eater or something of just like, come on, hopefully it happens, and then when it happens, you make big money.
Wait, we still have mirror shard,
so-
right?
It is still on. Is it still on there? I mean, we haven't changed it in this patch, so if it is still on
Yeah.
there, then it is still on there. I just don't remember exactly. I you'd have this thing. I have this thing all the time where I'm like, I could say with certainty one way or another until someone asks me the question, and then I'm like, oh no, now I'm doubting myself.
yeah, I get that.
But I don't know. If
Oh,
it's
that's
there,
so
then
cool,
yes, and if
though.
it's not there, then no. So
Wow.
I didn't put
That's
Grave
very
Bind in the
cool.
Chains of Command build.
I
remember.
The next Harbinger Scarab is of War Hordes. They're duplicated. Cool.
wow, that just literally multiplicative with the one from before. Not much more to say about that. So now when you get the good thing, you get twice of the good thing.
Very, very cool. Now, are you a little bit worried that there will be like set ways, like that people will feel like they kind of need everything before they're using anything instead of using like, oh, I'm just gonna throw some in white maps or yellow maps?
Okay, so because the scarabs are done by rarity, so there's kind of like common ones and uncommon ones and rare ones, kind of. It's not exactly like that, but you know that's ultimately kind of how it works.
Yeah.
The intention is that like, yeah, if you get the rarest one, you're gonna want to use it with the set and probably with the tree, of course. But at
I
least
remember
with
if I
the
used Grave Bind.
more,
Now you got me thinking about it.
you know, the kind of bottom or top two or three, lowest 2 or 3 rarities, highest, whatever. The ones that are most common, you should have the freedom to kind of use those whenever you want and not have to always feel like you're using them with a set, because otherwise you're just going to have too many of them anyway.
I didn't use it. I used Triad Grips.
So yeah, hopefully it's not going to feel so restrictive that you have to get all of them in order to use them, but it will be the case that when you get the highest tier one, yeah, it kind of is a piece of a set as opposed to just something you use on its own. So yeah.
That makes sense. Next up, we have a Harvest Scarab. Maybe we should skip those. Doubling.
I mean, you can just look at it and move on if we
I'm
want.
just joking. It's duplicated 100% more life. Nice. That's similar to the Sextant before.
Yeah, I think I included some of these just because I wanted people to see that, you know, like we have included some of the sextant things. It's not just, I saw a lot of people going like, oh, this is gone and that's gone and that's going to go on, because they just assume we're stingy and not going to be including them. And I just kind of wanted to give some examples of some of these. But again,
Yeah.
we're going to post the full set so people can see that for themselves afterwards.
first hour,
Perfectly
you're
just
welcome.
fine.
I'm now showing the Cornucopia one. If an area contains the Sacred Grove, it'll contain up to 1 additional tier 4 seed of each type if possible. Wow.
So yeah, that's obviously
That's a
a
thing.
lot more of the boss seeds, the boss plants.
Yeah.
Any good blind
Wow.
ones yet? Nope. Not
That's
yet.
awesome. I mean, one of my favorite things is synthesizing items with Harvest, so that's so cool. We'll move on to
Alright.
Incursion. We only have one from Incursion, and this is Timelines.
Drop an itemized temple. Whoa!
Yeah, so we got Final Architect dropping an itemized temple, and the itemized temple dropped are generated based on the current temple layout, but with randomized room tiers. So yeah, the temple you're building is relevant, but yeah, the tiers will be randomized.
Can this
Honestly,
drop
I think we added
dead
that bottom
ends?
thing because it was too good. Say again?
Can this drop dead ends? Like, can we get a bricked temple as a drop, and you're like, ah, shit one.
I think it probably can because it's based on the current layout, and I'm assuming, again, this is that detail I don't exactly 100% know, but I'm assuming the layout is matching what it is. So my assumption is if you're early in the temple and it drops, there's probably a good chance that it will not have all the connections. and if it's like dropping later in the temple building, it will more likely have the connections. I could be wrong. There could be something specific implemented there, but I would
Yeah.
assume that's the case.
So I already have a follow-up question. So it says that the tier is randomized. Is it affected by it at all? Like it's more likely to give a tier 3 corruption chamber if you already have one? Or would you be benefiting from as soon as you see there's a corruption chamber, you start running with this?
I would assume the tiers are straight up just randomized, so it's either 1 or 2 or 3, and then there's
Right.
nothing really influencing that. So you're not always going to get good ones, and sometimes you'll get great ones. But at least at the end of the day, you're still getting an additional itemized temple, which may be amazing and may not be.
Very cool.
But yeah, it sounds like you still want your corruption chambers and your gem chambers, and like.
Absolutely.
I guess you're more likely to now want explosive rooms if
Yeah.
the layout thing works the way we had. If it is actually random and you might have dead ends, or at least that will increase the probability that when these drop, you can fix the connectivity if it works the in actual randomness.
Yeah. That's a really cool idea. There's so many like neat and interesting new things here. Next up we have
Octavian actually was the one who kind of designed most of these, fun fact, and put all these together. So
all of them. Wow.
I mean, obviously input from a bunch of others, but he kind of spearheaded it pretty early on.
Well, I think they're being received pretty well. We're gonna move over to the Scarab influence. Tier 14 maps have a chance to drop a Shaper Guardian, Elder Guardian, or Crunker, or unique synthesized maps instead. Wow, so you really want to like juice how many maps you're finding?
Wait, that's crazy, isn't it?
Yep, definitely. I don't know what that chance is, and it's probably undergone a number of iterations and balance. So even what it maybe was is probably not what I remember it to. What it is probably not what I remember it to be. But nonetheless, yes, it should be that you want to maximize the amount of maps dropping, which ideally would give you a lot more of. So you might want to run this paired with a number of map scarabs, I guess, combined with a specific tree layout and whatnot, and you'll min-max your capability to get bosses.
Do you know if this is like a 5% chance or an 80% chance, like some sort of ballpark?
At this point, I have absolutely no idea.
That's fair.
And I don't even know if I'm going to say what it is, because if someone didn't put it on there for a reason, so it could be a mistake. It may not, but I have no idea, and we will just see. Hopefully, it's enough to feel it working, as opposed to just be like, maybe it worked, maybe it didn't. But you will notice it working, obviously, because if it's very binary, right? Those maps can't drop normally. So if you're getting them or not from the boss, you will notice it working. So hopefully it is impactful. This is one of the rarer. It's on the rarer end of things. So it should be that it's quite good and you're not using it like ultra commonly.
50-50. Either it does or it doesn't. We'll move on to the Legion one. There's so many. I love that we're getting so many. Eternal Conflict. Wow.
Multiple times.
This one's a little bit crazy. So every time you break them out, they have more life than before. So it's harder to break them out a second time. But like, if you can go ballistic with as much time as possible, like internally we had a thing where they have a maximum. I think it's a diminishing returns actually on the chance of them to respawn with a reward, which is kind of how it works in Domain of Timeless Conflict. Because at one point I remember Octavian was testing it, and he had a monster that had the reward symbols going probably like 6 screens to the right. Like you could run halfway across the map, and there would just be reward symbols stretching across the whole map. So yeah, it's a little bit more balanced, but it's still pretty crazy right now.
So Headhunter enjoyers are really gonna enjoy this.
Yep. They will.
Yep. That's so cool. These are great. That was the only Legion one. Maps new 2. Cartography Scarab of Ascension. Or a tier higher up to a maximum of 16. Cool.
Yeah, pretty straightforward. Just trying to max your I mean, this would also give you more tier 17s technically as well. Because your 15s will now get converted to 16s. Which would then have a chance to become 17s.
Oh, okay.
technically
That's
works
good.
with that.
Off corruption.
We know these ones.
Are
Well,
dropped
this
with
is one
A
of the sextant ones
modifiers.
that. Yeah, this is one of the sextant ones that people were convinced we were removing, which we are not. You know, I can't remember if this works on 17s or not, because technically they're unmodifiable. You know, but I don't know. You could go either way. You could argue unmodified modified supersedes corruption, which I think it does, or corruption
Reach and
supersedes
Harbinger revolver, not on
unmodifiable,
my
which
bingo
would
chart.
seem
I know.
a bit pointless because then you could, no, because you can't Val Orb them. I would assume that tier 17s do
Yeah.
not get affected by
Okay.
this, but it's a bit of an assumption.
Yeah. We have cartography
Map
serve of
dupes.
duplication. Maps of 30% has to be duplicated. And I guess that will pair really nicely with the boss one.
8
And
mod
it's
farming.
the
Yep.
60% chance because there's a limit too.
Yep.
Wow.
Exactly that. Just for your bosses, really.
Yeah. Wow.
Yep.
Let's see. That was 5. All right. Scarab Miscellaneous 1. Monsters Lineage. Magic pack size 40%. Okay.
40% is a lot.
Yeah, so we tried to, aside from having them all just like adjacent to leagues, we also wanted a like bunch that just kind of can intersect with a bunch of different leagues and buff them, and this is kind of one of those. There's one coming up a bit later that you want to remember this one. So remember magic pack size, and you'll see one of the ones coming up later, and you'll associate them for sure.
Okay.
But obviously this holds its own regardless. So yes, it's pretty good.
Scarab of Adversaries. 4 additional packs with mirrored monsters. And this does not make you immune to reflect.
So I'm pretty sure these will also be imprisoned in essences, by the way, just thinking about that earlier one. I think this is an example of it probably will work. So there's a way. What did
Right.
you ask, sorry?
This doesn't give us reflect immunity.
No, it does not. I mean, it would say it if it does, so no, it
Yeah.
does not.
I'm gonna miss
Again-
that section.
again, as people like to, well, as I've said recently, deal with it is kind of my response to that one.
I will.
Which you can do.
I'll try my best. Scarab Miscellaneous 5. Scarab of Stability. Oh. Does this mean you
I'd
can
say
have
this
more
is
than
more of
6
a-
people in your map?
No, there is still a limit on the number of people within a map, and that is kept at 6.
This one's weird.
But this is, I guess, you know, like you'd run your tier 17, you don't want to really risk it. This is what you run with it, really. I mean, you can run it on others as well, but I wouldn't expect to have this one on hand all the time. But yeah, so hopefully, I mean, you could still only get 6, but at least if you're thinking like, no, I don't know if I'm going to be able to kill this, you can use this with it to try and kind of give yourself some extra chances.
I paid for 12 portals and I'm gonna use them.
Yep. Or just get more loot out, I guess, which
Yeah.
I don't know if that's a problem necessarily that will present itself very frequently, but
We have a ritual one next. Selectiveness. Rerolling has no cost the first 2 times, and I love rerolling favors 1 additional time. Nice. Wow.
You could stack that twice.
straightforward, limited to 2 again. So
Oh.
technically, it could be the first 4 rerolls, and you can reroll 2 additional times technically as well.
Wow. Yeah, limit 2. I love the limit thing was such a good idea. That's huge.
I agree. It came in quite late in the process, actually. Like it was. I don't know, probably a good 2 weeks of them being in a spot where we were doing first testing before we actually discussed doing that. So yeah, but it was a great addition, and it was kind of so
Here we
obvious
go,
as well, and
boxes.
yet again, none of us really saw it until quite a bit in. So yeah,
Very cool. 20 strong boxes, and I'm guessing Monster's Treasure is still in the game, so you can have like 50, 60 strong boxes in a map now?
yes, it is. If you go forward one more, there is another. Is the Monstrous Treasure equivalent.
Wait,
so
what?
Yes, you can use them. Technically, you use 3 of the ambush, so plus 15 on top of the containment one.
Oh.
Wait, what?
Oh, but I haven't actually checked out the new atlas, but do we still have the special, the like shaping of the skies for the special map crops there, or are they gone? I actually didn't check.
We kept. I think we removed Monstrous Treasure from that
Oh, okay.
because it's a Scarab now. Yeah,
That makes sense.
I'm pretty sure that one is that. I think we still have that node. I could be very wrong here. We had so many discussions about this. But yeah, now Monstrous Treasure should be removed from that. I do remember specifically talking about that one.
Wow. Huh. That's very,
Well,
very interesting.
This is your Monstrous Treasure one here, effectively, yeah.
Yeah, I would say a lot of people are asking if we have the
Have to leave to work.
500%
Sounds good.
quant thing
Have fun at
still,
work.
but I don't know
XD.
if you want to touch on that.
I don't remember. You'll get the
Fair.
full list later and we'll find out. I genuinely do not remember it,
That
unfortunately.
Eno just cursed.
Uh,
Holy shit.
I don't remember specifically removing it, but like flip of a coin at this point again. This is
A
just
lot of
like-
changes.
yeah, honestly, it's too much to keep on top of myself. Like, it's just, I mean, it's so much.
He's
I
really
don't like. I
excited.
still haven't even read
Yeah,
the patch notes.
I don't know what he said about Monstrous Treasure.
Like
but
there are just things.
So far,
where-
he's freaking
like
out.
people will. There are still changes in there that I don't even know about, and that's fine. And that's how things have to work. By the way, it's not like one person can know all of this
Yeah.
while this is going on, while I'm working on 2 games at the same time, and it's a lot. But again, this is why I play as well, because I want to learn all the things that I don't know, and otherwise I'm making decisions based on information I don't know, and that's not good. So yeah.
Very good. Sulfite off the fumes.
Wait.
Release enraging fumes. Monsters have 500% increased quantity, and sulfite is guarded by monsters from the Azurite mine.
Huh?
There is a target limit. I know there's a limit on this one, so don't get your reverse knockback stuff. Like you might want to do a little bit, but I don't think it's actually necessary. But this one's a bit, you could argue promotes a different kind of play style, because it's obviously the more kind of just insta off screening you're doing, the less useful this one will be. So if you're kind of wanting to engage with this, because it affects it in a radius around it, of course. So yeah, it is pretty valuable, but in the same sense, depending on your type of build, you might be having a little bit of a hard time getting to really benefit from this one, which is a thing I like, by the way. I do like
He said
that
it's capped. He said
certain
it's
things
capped.
appeal to certain builds more than others. I think
He
it
said
is
it's capped.
where you have so much that is universally good for everyone. It is completely fine to have some things where someone feels like, if I play this, I get to utilize this one better than other players can. I think that is generally a good thing. So this is kind of one of
Another
those.
nerf? How is it nerfed?
That'll be very interesting to see what Empyrean and crew does with that.
Yes, true.
We have an Uber Scarab next.
All
All
monster
monsters are at
packs?
least magic, and then we have the
Jesus.
40% pack size. Wow.
No Blight yet.
Yes. So this one is more. I'm curious to see what that group does with this.
Yeah.
It's kind of crazy.
The map's gonna crash, isn't it?
Maybe. We'll see. Hopefully not, but you never know. But
that's
yeah,
awesome.
the next set of these. So these are, as you said, Uber is in the file name. These are all, you can see from the art, they're all a little bit special looking. These are all a little bit kind of more almost meta-like. They don't really have any league association. They're kind of just meant to be about combining with other things to do. And you do not expect to run these all the time. Like, you would have to be very, very, very wealthy. You can do it with trade. Anything is possible, really. But like, you're not going to be finding a lot of these. They will be rare. They will be expensive.
And we have a lot of these special scarabs. We have an additional 6, so we'll move on to the next one. Okay, off the nemesis. Nice.
Yeah. So even though this at face value seems like just a downside, the more modifiers they have, the more drops they drop, and the higher the probability they have for like those kind of reward mods. Even though we've gutted some of those.
Yeah.
So yes, they are harder, but they also will drop more and better items.
Well, I was gonna bring it up later. I'm just curious. The gem XP and things like that, was that all very intentional, and what was sort of the reasoning behind some of those?
Well,
I hope so.
it was intentional, but you could argue it was unintentional for it to do what it did. So
Right.
I guess this is the thing where, okay, so during the campaign, it obviously had you could look at it as a win because it's now my gems are always at the level it needs to be. But often what was happening during the campaign is you just ended up with your mega list of gems down the right hand all in grey and you can't level them up because they're over leveling your character. That's not a good thing. That was certainly not intended. On the other hand, obviously you get to end game and it's nice because now it feels like your gems are hitting level 20 more aligned with where you would want them to be. And I actually agree with that part, but I want to do some changes around here, and I'm not exactly sure what to do. I haven't thought too much into this, but thinking about it now, like, I would want it... Like, okay, imagine a world where, well, okay, maybe people are happy with this or not. I'm just going to put it out there, actually, and I'm curious what you think as well. Should it be that your gems level all the way to level 100 and even beyond that? And, like, let's say current gem level 20 balance is put to gem level 18, and then we cap gems at say level 25. So like if you keep playing, they keep leveling. And like just as a random thought experiment, like should we explore something like that? Because we've just been stuck. We haven't changed this formula pretty much forever. We've had gem level 20. Yeah, sure, we added awakened gems and you got power and light and etc. But like, should your characters, and I get gear will continue to progress you.
Well,
but
you
yeah,
can
should,
push gems
Should
to
your
40.
gems continue to level further than they do right now, or should they hit a cap earlier? Like, what are the thoughts there? Like, I'm genuinely curious.
My initial thoughts is I don't like the idea. I can see this being really good for somebody that does play a lot and stuff, but it does create like a bit of a weird power imbalance as well. Like,
yes,
it is very
true.
nice the way it works right now. You get 21, you get your 21 gem. Like, that's like, I think it's already in a very good state. I definitely think it was a good thing. So right now, we were getting level 20 gems somewhere between level 90 if you were very lucky, but at least before 93. So like you could flip your gems and stuff like that
levels, that'd be
reasonably
cool.
and get them pretty quickly back up. Whereas before, it was sometimes even like level 95. So it was like almost twice as slow.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it didn't. I guess it was balanced around. We made so many incremental changes over time that allowed you to get less penalized XP for your character. And because gems get non-penalized experience, it ended up the case that you were getting higher and higher level and they were getting lower and lower level relative. So I could just see some adjustments being there necessary anyway, and I could see that the rear mod was a kind of band-aid for that.
Yeah.
It just didn't do it the way we intended. So I will... Well, I certainly now have it because I did read a bunch of stuff about that. I do have it on the list for at least 325 to kind of review, reevaluate exactly when do we want a gem to hit level 20, ignoring that whole other feature aside. That's just a thought experiment. Which, but at least the hitting gem level 20, I do want to, and I would say like hitting that around the 90 to 92 mark is probably actually what I would consider to be around right. So
maybe lower the
I
XP from 250 to 100 or something.
Yeah. I mean, I would, yeah, we'll adjust it for sure. I could see. I mean, I'll discuss it with people and see what other people think, and there might be something else. But I agree that if your gems are hitting 20 at like 95, I'd say that's too late. Because I agree, there is enough in the game that you can do after that point, especially considering you have to often level many gems to 20, and you're just doing that over and over to get for corruption outcomes and whatnot. It's not like you don't have stuff to do. So if all of a sudden now, you have to level to over 100 to get a max level gem to then do blah, blah, blah. But yeah, and again, thought experiment, because in that world, you would also remove all that other stuff, and that makes things less interesting. So yeah, I mean, ultimately, it's not great. But sure, that will be reevaluated. I can't say it's going to happen in the next 2 days, but you never know.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, and for the thought experiment, I think a lot of us would rather see like more awakened gems. I think they're very interesting with how they like change builds, especially the ones that do have something build enabling. And just out of curiosity, have you ever thought about that like double corrupting a gem turns it white?
Shut up, Ziz!
Like that could be one of the outcomes.
I mean, that is something we could probably consider doing at some point. I mean, that doesn't also have to be double corruption. It could be a different outcome somewhere else that you can do or something. But I mean, I see what you're like, making a gem be considered white, or effectively saying it can go in any color. it's a cool feature. It's nothing wrong as long as it is like end game, very high end game. The thing you do kind of at the end to seal the deal. On
Yeah,
your
it doesn't
gem,
have to
I
be
guess.
from the gem
So,
double corrupt, but it'd be interesting.
yeah. I mean, it's interesting.
All right. Off horned scarab of preservation.
Wait, that's
Wow.
crazy.
Okay.
This is the classic FOMO scarab.
Yeah.
Where now all of a sudden you don't want to use any other scarab unless you have this.
Yeah.
But thankfully, it's so rare that that is improbable to actually happen. I understand, like, the rarity of this is why it is allowed to exist. It is highly improbable that you're going to, like, well, there might be some people who are going to hold on to the other ones until you have this. But then again, you are juicing your map less. And if you're using all these other Uber Scarabs, you are aiming for maximum juice. So yes, you might want to actually use this. But then again, like, getting these is going to be absurdly expensive and absurdly rare to the point where, like,
Yeah, the only way this one's
that's
good
effectively
is
like saying I'm not
I
gonna.
agree,
I mean,
Diggs.
I don't know what the actual comparative drop weighting is, but it's effectively like saying, like, no, I'm not going to run my best Scarabs unless I have a mirror. And it's like, well, at some point you're just holding on to something for no real purpose. Like, you're not
have-
going to be able to reasonably do that. So
You have not watched me play Skyrim. I never use potions or anything until like the very end. We'll see.
well, yeah, some people might, but yeah, a little bit of controversy about this one, but I think it is ultimately as powerful as it can get, and as, like, yeah, I agree it does that. But again, it's also affecting, like, we're talking pinnacle of pinnacle kind of tiers of mapping and juicing and whatnot.
And it does take up a slot.
Yes, it does. Yes, it has an opportunity cost, of course.
Yeah. Cool. I mean, yeah, worst case scenario, you could even nerf it that has a limit of 2 and 50%. That wouldn't work. Never mind. Ignore that. We'll move on to the next one.
I
We've
mean,
seen
you
this
could
one.
just make it 50% and keep it as is and make it less rare. Which is
Yeah.
a potential, like, if it doesn't work, then that's on the cards. But we'll see.
So this one you showed in the video already.
Yes. So, but I wanted to explain it a little bit. But I mean, I
Yeah.
guess, yeah. I mean, it was
I've
kind of
been asked a lot
self-evident.
of
But,
questions about this too.
so this pretty much for every league, it gives a duplicated version of it on the crafting bench. And it gives that league and then some extra thing. So it's effectively like, if you want to actually min-max your leagues, that's the way to do it. The second function it serves is that it can be used to nullify, as in the prefixes and suffixes will have no effect. That includes the quantity, rarity, pack size, and the downside. But I saw that as primarily you want to use that on tier 17s when you have modifiers that you can't. So you can use it to juice leagues, or you can use it to run tier 17s that your builds normally couldn't. I don't know if that's going to happen too often. I suspect more than likely you'd trade or swap it with someone, or just try and overcome the challenge or adapt your build a little bit. But the option's still there. What I do feel is it might be too rare to actually utilize it for that reason. And in which case I could see a future in where we split this out into that functionality to separate scarabs. And we use, like, because maybe that you want to be able to do that more often. So it might be that having this have the two functions is a bad decision, but we'll see how that plays effectively and see. But it also has, like, the capability for a Scarab to add more crafting bench options is something that we can have design space around in the future as well for doing just whatever else we want to be able to do.
Some season go legacy. They didn't. They said they were removing
But yeah,
them.
effectively it's for
They
super
did.
juice leagues or to be able to run tier 17s that you normally couldn't be able to run. I wouldn't expect you to ever waste it on something below tier 17.
Yeah, because a concern some people had with this was that aren't you only ever going to use this for just one thing? Because it will be rare and expensive, so you'll only use it for its most expensive purpose.
Quite probably, yes. Which isn't necessarily a problem. But I agree that is not entirely ideal. But again, future changes are certainly possible. And again, we can always balance up and down those things. Like, that kind of implies, well, we don't know what the meta is going to be for endgame. We don't know what people are going to necessarily use it for. And there certainly are players who aren't just like, I'm going to use it for that. But yes, it will be economically priced around that, and thus they will sell it for that. I get all that. Again, these aren't necessarily problems, because at the very least, what it means is that when you find it, you are like, yes, I just got a bunch of money. That's like in-game
That's
currency.
true.
That is a valuable thing to have, right? Like at the end of the day, I'm hoping the Scarabs have added a lot more dopamine to drops in game, just world drops, right? Like you're just playing, and now you have a lot more opportunities to find something worth a lot. Hopefully, it ends up being that way.
And have we been told yet where these, like the special Scarabs, drop from?
Oh, just world drops.
Oh, okay, cool.
Wait,
Even
what?
those, okay,
Yep, everywhere. Yeah,
awesome.
I am a huge proponent of world drops.
Awesome.
I think it's. I mean, even changing the whole like double 2.5 timesing the drop rates of the extreme uniques and pulling back on the
Yeah.
stack decks and random div card and stuff is like I want to farm my maps and get things and not have it to be that like most of them are coming from these random other sources that I am choosing not to do, because again, it has an impact on choosing. That is the game's. There is an inevitability to this, but that is the game choosing how I play the game, because how can you not be economically focused?
That's
you cannot
insane.
be, but most people are. And
That's
so
fucking
the moment
stupid.
that's happening, where it's like you should play this league because of this, and that's the best way to get to these, and then you feel obliged to do it. Like I don't like that, because I want to play the game the way I want to play it, and I want everyone to play the game they want to play it. And yeah, I understand that is often not entirely the case, but I will always strive to try and make that the case. It's just that is often not very possible.
Yeah.
Just due to like metas, balance, information sharing. It's a very hard thing to do. But at the very least, I don't want it to be that you feel so pressured to do a single thing that that everything else is completely out of the.
You
off the
just
cards
roll
and
Legion.
so,
What do you mean? You do
Like,
Legion,
the big thing with the end game this one,
and you
sorry,
farm
one
a
more thing,
billion
is just-
reward tiles.
I want you to play the game. I want you to play the game the way you want to play the game.
Yeah, I don't think you're
and
supposed
so
to
this
take
is
the
the
20-point thing anymore.
You know,
That
the thing I'm talking about with the
20-point
scrying
bullshit
orb
one, I
goes
don't think you
further
take
down
that
that
anymore.
line. I want you to play what map you want to play. The multiple trees. I want you to play what leagues you want to play. I want you to play. If you want to do bosses or not, I want you to play it that way. Because that's how I want to play it as well. And I don't ever want to be forced to do a single thing or feel forced to do a single thing. Now it's easy said for me, because if I feel forced to do something, I just go like, why did I do this to myself? Whereas obviously everyone else is, why are you doing this to me? So
Yeah.
I don't want that to be the case. So
Wow.
Yep.
Yeah, no, like the reason I asked was because they were named Uber and there were 7 of them. I was like, are these Uber only drops? But yeah, cool. Very cool that they're world drops.
coincidence. We designed more
It
than
is live
7. We just
versus,
didn't
yeah.
get to the time to make more than 7.
okay.
So you might see some future. Well, you might see some ones coming through.
Very cool. So we'll be potentially getting more. I did open
Certainly at some point.
I have no
Yeah.
idea.
I did open
He said
Horns.
they're-
Also, the Scarab tab's going to be massive. That's going to be a
He
big
said
one.
that they're world drops, so they would just drop everywhere.
Yeah, damn. I was meant to have a picture of it. The way it's actually sorted is like this kind of like sets of 3 at the top, then sets of 4 for the ones, because there's some that are leagues or pieces of content that have 3, and then at the bottom there's the 7s. But each of the little sets has the league symbol next to it, so you can kind of more easily identify the type of content they belong to. We can
Yeah.
post a picture of it later. It is a lot more readable than it was
I think we have one.
before even, and it is now. Oh yeah, I think Nick's sending through some pictures there. I don't know if you can bring them up or whatever, but at some point, might be a
Oh.
bit hard to fit into your.
Yeah, no, I can. Yeah, it is very large. Let's see. I'm just going to save it. There.
Someone posted it. I can't see. I can't see the names of who posted them, but I put. Oh yeah. Oh, I was in a video. So yeah, it's come from chat because it was in a video.
Yeah,
At
here's
some point.
the Scarab
It
one.
was probably in the video yesterday. Maybe I don't know.
Yeah,
Anyway,
very cool.
3, 4,
Yeah,
5, 7.
Is there a concern that this tab is going to be borderline mandatory? Is that something that you guys have discussed?
I wouldn't say it's something we've discussed. Right, 109 item slots. I mean, we at least increased the stack size, but certainly, yeah, the stash tab stuff is a little bit kind of like obviously in that controversial space. I generally try and kind of stay out of that, but I understand why I probably shouldn't. we're definitely, I understand the level of like necessity our stash tab purchasing kind of is in that realm. Like it's pretty. You could argue a lot of our special ones are kind of in that mandatory territory right now for sure.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, like I don't know. I haven't really formulated much of an opinion on that one myself, but I'll think about that actually. I will bring that up and evaluate with how we feel about that. But I suspect the answer is that we're kind of okay with it. But never know. This is the age of questioning original philosophies, for sure, and kind of questioning where we're going, and especially with PoE2 and the works. Like it is, like the amount of stuff that we are bringing up, discussing, and questioning is kind of boundless right now. So I'm just going to add it to the list of things that we should make sure that we're actually happy with.
Cool. Yeah, I was just curious. It's so cool how much stuff you're revisiting and rethinking.
I think it is important. I don't want to be that like, I don't want to be one of those like back in my day we had to do something blah 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 blah. You know what I mean? Like I'm all about trying to not be the old dinosaur kind of thing and get phased out. Like I've certainly,
I know.
I always try and push to make sure that things are, but there are some things like door opening where you're not, you might consider me a dinosaur there, but I still have some beliefs that won't change at least yet, but you never know.
Yeah. No. I think I can't remember. It might have been Chris or somebody that said that players are very good at identifying what's wrong, but not always how to fix it. Can't remember who said that.
Oh, that's true of most things in life, really. It is. That's the classic. Give them what they need, not what they want, as well.
I mean,
in game
Tencent
development,
did just
which is
finish
pretty
out the
important.
thing, and he's not a shareholder anymore,
It's
right?
very easy to always just like. It can be pretty brutal in a situation where you do cave, and just to do the thing that is wanted, and you do cave on your philosophies and forever regret it and never be able to undo it. And so it is important to really take the time, actually identify the problem, and actually give the solution that is right. And an example of that going wrong was the like left mouse button thing, right? Like straight up, that is a like rushed decision where we did not give it enough time and give it enough thought, and as such, the conclusion is bad. That isn't necessarily to say we're giving people what they wanted. That's not. It's a little bit different. But what I'm saying is like, if you don't give it enough proper time and actually consider it and give it enough time for testing and iteration and let people feel it out, and some of those things you can't go back on. Like, I know that's people might not necessarily believe that, but it is one of those things where if you increase like the item pickup range, we cannot reduce it ever. Like that is it. It is stuck there now forever. And so you cannot get that wrong, because if it's now wrong, you just have to deal with it. And it sucks to work on something where you're just like, I made this mistake and now it has hindered this forever, and we just have to deal with it. And you constantly have this memory in your head of just like, this just doesn't feel good because you kind of made a mess out of it effectively. So anyway, I don't know where I was going with that, but we can just move on from what's
good. That was one of the things I wanted to talk about as well, because the community has been asking about it a lot. Is since you aren't happy with the solution at the moment, have you thought about temporarily reverting it until you find a solution that you are happy with?
Well, again, I am happy. I am happier. I do still believe, and I have covered this a bit, that this is the lesser of evils. But we have done some changes around that and whatnot, and that is cool and good. But I would like to do a better solution later for sure, where it becomes not evil at all. So yeah, I stick by that. I believe it is currently in a better state. And yeah, if I didn't actually believe that, and if the others here didn't believe that as well, and I'm not saying everyone here believes that, but a good set of people, and we've discussed it. If I didn't believe that, I would revert it. Like genuinely, we would straight up put that back to what it was, and then we would take our time and do the proper.
What is a grapevine for? I don't have.
A lot of people are not going to
on,
agree with me on that
mean
one,
on
and that's perfectly fine.
Animate Guardian.
I would just say play it and try it and see how you actually feel and how it actually adapts your builds, because that is one insight that we have that you do not currently have. I know theoretical is often just as good as practical, but in this case, I don't know. See how you feel about it, because it might be like 2 weeks down the line after playing, or 1 week or 1 day. It's completely out of sight, out of mind, and you don't feel any different about it one way or another.
It's to trigger the
like,
fucking weapons.
I would put it as another phrase or another way of like.
So
I know
you
this
get all the
isn't great because it's a bit of a cop out, but there are much bigger fish to fry. And so it's kind of like, would you want us to be solving that, or do you want us to be solving, some other mega problem that I won't necessarily say right now, like trade?
Oh,
there's
that you won't
certainly,
say.
like I want to pick our battles wisely, and doing this fix the right way is going to take a decent amount of resources. Effectively, what I like to do, just to give a bit of insight there, is I like to gather all the problems. I put them all on a board, and I kind of write, like, here are my tier 1 problems, my tier 2 problems, my tier 3 problems, and kind of like, okay, we have enough to do this,
I mean, the
this,
gloves
this, and
are
this.
super
Is this
common.
the
You
right
need the
set of
gloves.
things
To
we
my
should be
understanding,
fixing
you
this
need the
time or
gloves.
changing this time? But then you see all these other things that you don't have time for, and you're like, oh, that'd be so good to fix, like so good. So you kind of
what's
try
the
and get
problem
them in
with the
there
gloves?
anyway, and then you end up with overworking and overscoping and causing a problem. And so, like, that can have a pretty negative impact as well, obviously, because now you're doing stuff without giving them the time. And so, like, but do rest assured, we are doing like everything possible that we can, and I am trying to actually make sure that the problems being addressed I do believe, and others believe here, are the most important problems that we should be fixing. Not everyone will agree that every problem has the same level of importance.
Yeah.
And that's just where it comes in, and obviously that's where the QOL bingo is very useful.
In case the Void
Yeah,
Forge
we
is
are
too
gonna talk
expensive,
about that
but
after
the
the
Void Forge
solutions.
isn't the
That one,
explodey
yes.
part.
But anyway, we can continue with the Scarabs. I know.
Yeah.
I
boots
like
are
to
the
rant
explodey
and
part.
tangent.
No, it's great.
That's
I think
suggestion
people
for
are
a
really
cheaper
enjoying
weapon?
this.
Yeah,
This
buy
is,
Void
it's-
Forge.
It's very. I'm enjoying it a lot. Horned Scarab of Tradition. All rare monsters in the area have at least one reward modifier. Players modifier
I
to
didn't
item rarity
test
and item
without other
quantity
weapons,
do not
so
apply.
I have no idea how to suggest
Yeah, so
other
I wanted
weapons because
this
I
one
didn't
to
play with
be
other
like,
weapons.
you obviously, this one you can use without feeling obliged to have to run a magic find
can't.
character.
The problem. I'm gonna.
Because
learn this
otherwise
later.
you would be
The
like,
problem
I'm
is
obviously
like
gonna
you
save this
can't get
until
the
I'm an
effect of
MF.
Void Forge with another
I don't
weapon.
like
You can
that
use other
whole,
weapons. You can
calling
use
me out
almost
on that one
anything
if
else,
you are.
right?
So,
Like
yep,
people
just
use
pretty much
replica
went with
Dream
the,
Feathers, but you're
like,
never gonna get
give
the
something
amount of
super
power
rewarding, but also
that
make it
Void
any
Forge
player feels
offers
like they
you,
can do
right?
it, and they don't need to run some MF strat in order to do it, or MF build in order to do it, which I think is pretty cool.
So, question. It does say player modifiers. Does that mean if you're in a 6-man group, that will work?
Yes, that will work. Yeah, sure.
Aren't you worried that you'll sort of have the same problem? Like, I won't run this solo. I'll feel forced to run it in a 6-man group.
Well, that can be said
I'm
about
gonna get the build online and ramp
mostly
from there.
everything.
I don't think you can link
guess, like,
start
you
it.
could
I think
argue
you
one
can start,
way,
like,
like,
SRS
it
or
is the
something and
case
go
that
into that.
in like you get the most out of your map there. I agree with you. And
It's
again,
not
this does have
just the
opportunity
enemy
cost. Your
guardian
map
that
is not
does
as
all the
juiced as
damage,
it
right?
was,
It's
so,
like
you can
a lot of
argue
the damage,
whether or
or
not
most
it's
of the
better.
damage comes from
But
the
that can be said about
Adorn
the
and
whole
setting
game.
up the
Like, is it
Adorn
better to
setup
run
too,
multiple people,
right?
or is
So
it
like
better
you
to run
can get the
solo? That
enemy
is an eternal
guardian
argument.
basically going. You can get a basic chains of
And
command
I
and
don't
stuff like that, but
necessarily
like
think it's
you
necessarily
need-
one way or another. Like coming from the Aurabot guy here,
I don't
I
know what
obviously like
Apex
running in
Reach does. I'd have
parties.
to look.
Yeah.
And then you know what happens? We get like a little bit later into the league, and my friends are all, fully decked out in gear, and all of a sudden, all I'm doing is following around an immortal,
Apex is a lot of
completely
damage. It'd be
powerful character
fine.
that has no reason,
you have
no
a
issue
source of
killing
curse
anything
on hit.
anyway. And I am now getting 70, well,
Apex is
50%
great
of
if
the
you have a
drops,
source
of
of
which
curse.
is, it goes up by what, like 31% quantity and some rarity per player, and then that's divided by 2. So like now he's getting 40% less drops because I'm getting
As
my
long as the
portion,
total
and he's
cost of
probably
mana skills
thinking,
part
like,
of it doesn't
"Get
affect
out of
things
here.
too
I don't want
much.
you with me." Like, at the start of the league, they're like, "Oh yeah, run support, come help us out," and then like a week later, it's like, "Can you just go away? I don't want you here. You're taking my items that I don't need you for." So there's like, for someone who knows, that
What is the
benefit,
difference
it
between a
is certainly
fridge and
the
a
case that
butthole? A fridge doesn't fart when I pull my meat out.
I end up being a
Trabaclude,
hindrance because I'm
trabaclude.
taking someone's loot. So
Think
there
you're
is an
28.
eternal debate
That's
here,
funny
and
as
I'm not
fuck.
again going to say it's perfect or where it should be right
Yeah.
now by any means. But I don't know if people will hold off on that one for that. But I mean, if they do, they do. I guess is also
Yeah.
a thing.
I was just curious.
Yeah.
That was a great answer.
Go next.
2 more? Actually, 3 more scarabs. Of glittering. Huh,
Wait.
Recently.
This is kind of like that Whakawairua Tuahu map, which
Yeah.
I'm sure most people don't know how to pronounce. Though I think I heard people calling it the Waka Laka Laka map and stuff like that. It's like that, but obviously without the light radius. It initially had the light radius in it, and then I was like, oh no, like now everyone's just gonna be saving this until they have their maxed out light radius build. So even though that sounds fun, I don't think it's right for kind of core content like this. So
They
this
added
is
more
one again
nodes
that
on
is
the
like,
LSD.
yeah, if you're a Magic Find character, you obviously this still benefits you, but you are so deep into diminishing returns that it won't be as useful. However, if you're not running a Magic Find build, this is obviously going to be far more useful for you, and kind of same principle. So we tried to focus on some that are like can be used by any player as opposed to just like following the whole Deadeye and Magic Find build meta kind of shenanigans. That will still probably happen, but
Yeah, that's
at least
cool
these
though.
can be used to kind of really take your like I want to get as much as possible, and I'm confident that I'm not gonna die 6 times and run,
Yeah.
you know, either of these or I guess both together with them.
I do want to potentially prompt a tangent here, but I'm really curious since I saw it says recently, and recently it's not too bad, but nearby can be a little bit convoluted. Like instead of having a number on it, it's like every nearby is different.
Nearby. I mean, it's almost a bit of a meme at this point, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
I think it's like nearbys are
This
consistent
Scarab's
within a
great
given
for
context.
fucking
No, in fact, I don't even want to say that. You know what? I actually
non-Magic
don't
Find
know.
plebs. It's fine.
It's
It's
I would
really
say that,
good.
like, is this how much of a problem is this really? I mean, it's not contextual to this one, obviously, to this Scarab. I don't know if
Yeah.
any of the Scarabs have anything nearby. And then you're getting a bit of the like in your presence is another thing you have, which is like, what does that mean as well, and how is that not nearby? But yeah, I agree. There's some weird inconsistencies there. I think so. Mark 1, the other Mark handles. I'm Mark 2, by
See you
the
next
way.
month.
We
See you
get
next month. Thanks
numbers-
again, man.
Yeah, we there's no Mark 3 yet, thankfully. And then some people, you know, we have Mark and I have had a long feud of. I say the Mark 2, the upgrade is better, and he thinks that the classics are always truer to the core, and so him and I, are, you know, we're at contentions about who's the better Mark. I would just say we'll never know. But he's the one that handles a lot of the descriptions. He's the one you see on Reddit doing all the explanations for how mechanics work and all that.
Mhm.
Like that guy is a hub of knowledge, and I think he also is like, you know, working the best he can with the designers requesting shenanigans, which of course I include myself in that, where it's like, nah, I want this one to be 40, and he's like, oh my god, here we go. And then another one, it was like, or let's say like 60's too high and we have to nerf it so it gets lowered, or something's needs to be a bit bigger, and then it's like now you can't use nearby, but you still kind of want to because otherwise now the descriptions are getting a bit out of control, and you know, look, imperfection is certainly the case, but it falls under the category of like bigger fish to fry again.
Yeah.
Like these aren't just immediately solvable, and they may have an impact on balance. It may
Okay.
seem very, very, very easy, and that is true, but like even like a couple of hours of work has a cost, you know?
Yeah.
Like we are working full time. We don't just have infinite resources and people that can handle all the stuff. And so, you know, one day I'm sure that we will get around to it. No, in fact, I'm not even sure about that. One day we will hopefully get around to that, but it kind of is what it is for now.
Awesome.
Go next.
7th Scarab. This is the last one listed as Uber Horned Scarab of Pandemonium.
Monster packs and areas of
Wow.
video to create random Atlas boss modifiers. Wow, that's cool.
So I'm pretty sure this is the same deal where they do get the drops and the extra map bosses are the extra, like, you know, the map drops and the guardian drops and all of that as well. I'm pretty sure that's what that bottom line does indicate. So
Wow. That's
it's a lot. Yes.
That's so cool.
Some map bosses everywhere.
Wow.
Should be pretty fun. I'm pretty sure it's random. Yeah, it is. This one actually indicates random, where that other one didn't, which makes me think like they work differently. But I have a suspicion it's just someone did the descriptions on one and someone else did it on the other.
Yeah.
I will verify that after this and make sure that they actually are either intentionally working differently or will
Yeah.
be made more consistent descriptively.
And here we have the last Scarab. Oh. Air contains the nameless seer.
What's the name of
Yeah,
the
because why not?
Because why not?
Obviously,
is that the-
obviously they
the
don't cost
fucking-
dust
the
because it
magic
isn't any
find?
dust.
I
It's
mean,
just he'll give
the-
you one, and
The unique guy?
like I think in Affliction, it took all of your dust away when you bought it.
Yeah.
In this case, it will just you'll be able to pick one. It's not completely random uniques. It is like it has some sort of biasing to make it so that like more rarer ones are more likely to be there and stuff like that. So it is a better than normal unique item. It's not just +1 random unique.
Awesome. That was all the Scarabs. We got through them. Wow, there's so many, and there are more coming too. So we haven't even seen all of them yet.
Yeah, there are 109 total. And I think what was that, like 30 or something,
Yeah.
filled with a whole bunch of my rants in between.
That's crazy. I love how many different ones and how much like player autonomy we're getting over the game there and agency. Like very cool. Is there what we're about to move on from teasers? Is there anything else you want to tease or talk about before we move on to the next topic?
I think I got through most. I did want to go over like some of the Gravecraft stuff. I know.
Yeah, that's the next
we can go
one.
over that. Technically, some of that. So we could just get into that is all good, and I'll explain how some of that works. And
Thanks for the follow.
kind of it starts to
Listen,
kind of
budget
show
yapping
how
for
powerful
nothing.
it can be.
Some of it's really
so
cool,
see
but where's
where
the
it goes.
Blight stuff, my guy?
I'll
I
get into
will.
that as well.
I will probably I'll start by loading the image of that, and then we can talk about the league mechanic and things like that.
Sure, let me
Need to
just make sure I
resize it a bit.
Find it also. That way I don't have to deal with any forms of stream delay and whatnot. Okay, I've got it too. All right, I mean, we can just go top down, but I'll give a bit of background on just like the league itself. So, you ultimately, as you kill monsters that are haunted, which you can kind of configure when you create an area during this league.
Yeah.
You can they're harder monsters, and you can get them to become collectible. So there are special looking ones, and when they die, they can be collected, and the Undertaker comes out and takes them back to the Necropolis, stores them in the morgue, and then you can go back.
It's
there
gonna be
and
a
do some,
wild league,
crafting.
man.
I will point out, I'm gonna. There's a couple changes here. So yeah, you can store a limited amount in the Necropolis. But the first thing I notice is in the top left, you've got an 11 out of 27, assuming we have the same image.
We do.
That 27 is the capacity, but we have actually just expanded that. I think it's like 60 now or something. So you can store a lot, and because we were having annoying pressure, you want some pressure. You don't want to have infinite storage. You want to feel like you should engage with it or itemize them and trade them. But it's another thing you'll notice is like a lot of leagues we don't release with things like itemizing crafts and itemizing the capacity to trade them, and we just end up with like a pressure, and then you kind of just have to engage with the trading, except it might feel lossy or you're missing out. We've tried to kind of make sure that you can trade them, you can itemize them, and you can deal with all that. And we've also, due to the making sure this was on alpha, and we got a bunch of feedback there, we have increased the storage size recently, apparently between when I took the screenshot and now, which I think probably was yesterday, we have increased that maximum storage limit to like 60 or something like that. So you can have 60 collected corpses, crafts at a given time. Might be 50 something. I don't know. Some number around there.
Yeah. So how often are you anticipating that you go into a crafting session?
They're always out of stock, unfortunately.
So it's early in the game. It's a lot more frequent. Because
all of them corpses, maybe.
Okay, you're just wanting rare items, and you don't really engage too much with what the mods are actually doing. There are some ones where it's like effectively sets the minimum links to X and Y to help with sockets while going through the game. More like sets minimum to 4, minimum to 5, and stuff like that. There is stuff like that. But you aren't caring too much about what they're doing early in the game as you're progressing through. But like if you just want a targeted rare item at any point, you just go make it. So if you want if you think your amulet's weak, you can go literally craft one corpse at a time. During the live stream, we had I
do like the crafting league.
I know this is a concern some people have brought up, but when you craft, the guy obviously appears and reads his whole dialogue out, and it's real epic, and his voice is awesome and all that. But it's also like, okay, are you telling me I got to wait like 6, 8 seconds? I don't even 9 seconds, I think it was, for each craft. So we've done like a short version. So if you're doing less than I think 5 corpses, it does a short version, and if you're doing more, it does the longer version. So he cuts half the dialogue out, and he just reads the last the punchline, so to speak. So at least like we've made it more efficient there. But you still want that little bit of time to give a little bit of suspense to be like, especially when you're doing like 50 graves at once, and you're like, oh my god, this needs to be the best item ever. Like, please.
I like the anticipation. I think it's really
deterministic. Cool. It will be. I'm sure people were going to find effectively deterministic ways to get things, but that's fine. Break it as much as you want. but you want that like please be good, and so you get that
I
like
agree
bit
with
where
him.
you're like sweating and you're like, oh my god, I'm using this is like 100 divines worth of corpses I'm using here, like please be good, and then it comes out and maybe it is, maybe it isn't, and there's that moment where you mouse over it and you have that like kind of, you know, your heart stops for like a
Yeah.
little bit. So
I agree.
I like that.
I think
like
that's
that kinda
great.
pre-craft stress, which is way more dramatic than just like hit craft and the item immediately changes to some other state and then you can immediately see the difference. Like it adds way more drama. But I don't want that to be the case when you're like just spamming single items. So yeah, we've done a short version.
It's not going to be
just
30
for
seconds.
that.
I mean,
so
like,
anyone worried about that from the
7
live stream,
seconds is probably
be
fine,
less
whatever,
worried.
right?
You could still argue it's not short enough, but
Yeah,
maybe
that
more
was
changes could be made. But
that was gonna be my follow-up question. If this is something that people don't like, and you know, if they've done this for like a month, and it's like, wow, I'm getting really tired of these animations when we're crafting like 2,000 items, is that something you would be open to, like either like a toggle to skip that, or?
The way it's set up, skipping it is hard, but it can be done. But I don't think I want that because I like that suspense, and I don't know if it will. I don't want to do it based on a theoretical problem yet.
That's
Like
fair.
if that is a problem, we will adjust it.
Mhm.
I actually find it's quite like you're not just like I'm going to do 100 things, do a craft, and then immediately like do another 100. Right? You have to collect all the corpses, or at least
Yeah.
trade for them all. There is to do really good items. There is going to be a decent amount of time between them, and so we're talking now. You're
Yeah,
like
okay,
sacrificing
calm
9
down there, buddy.
seconds every X, like you know, some large number of maps. It's kind of like it's the proportion that matters. Whereas if you're sacrificing 9 seconds every single time you do one item with one grave, like that's a problem. 100%. So, I don't know. Just see how it is.
This
and
man
then,
does not
I'll either
understand.
respond with here's a fix, or I'll either respond with a deal with it, and we'll see where that goes. Probably more so we'll adjust it.
Fracture my
because
+1 energy shield.
why not?
Scarabs are very insane.
However,
Yes, they are.
okay, so these graves, I mean, yeah, so you get collecting corpses, the harder the modifier, and the more likely that they will yield a collectible corpse. So making the league harder gives you more crafts, and making the league easier gives you less crafts. So there is, but obviously making it easier has the benefit of being easier. So yeah, you can control your own difficulty, but you want to make it harder to get more of these.
Yeah.
So that's just some very preliminary
Is
context.
there anything
into
new in
them,
the
and so
interview
what
that
we've
wasn't
got
there till
here is a
now? There's
number
tons of new shit.
crafts. I guess if we go to the top and look at the physical +100 to physical modifier tier rating. So
Okay.
that's a little bit confusing, and we've gone through so many different versions of this trying to figure out how to make it less. The way that works, so +100 will mean that the bottom 50% of physical modifiers will not be able to roll on the item.
Oh.
So you have obviously your tier 1, you have your merciless, your tyrannical, etc., all the way down. Forget the names of all the others. The bottom half will not be able to. On your stream, you might want to
Yeah,
get
I've
the
done it.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, the bottom half will not roll, and it makes the other ones more common. But not, it's like kind of proportionately more common. It's not like that weighting loss goes into the weighting directly. It's kind of like,
Right.
it's a little bit nebulous, but ultimately it does cut off bad mods. And this is something obviously people have been asking for with a lot of stuff. So this is us
Yeah.
kind of trying it out. So that you can't get your like +5 life where everything else is T1. This is a way to get around that. So yeah, if you run enough of those, you can cut off everything but Tyrannical and Merciless, for example, but that still doesn't mean you will get it. It just means that that is the only option if the IPD was to roll. But they still have a weighting. The weighting is still, all mods consider their weightings together, so it's not like it becomes deterministic.
Yeah.
But what it does,
I don't
the
understand
determinism means
how-
you won't get a bad one if you got one.
I have to read it
which
more.
is cool, and you can do that for like a lot of them. So there's +50s and +100s. +50 will cut off the bottom third. +100 will cut off the bottom 50%. And then if you did another +100, you cut off the bottom 2/3, and then so on and so forth. So it's compressing them up until a point. There's some like kind of, I guess, nuances around that where it's kind of like at some point cutting off you probably actually want to only cut off. I know this is like some advanced player mathematical stuff. You probably only want to cut off up until tyrannical, so keeping tyrannical and merciless, because if you cut off tyrannical, Merciless is so rare that like you still probably won't get it. So if you want like, but if you're looking for best in slot, like you still want to, this is still your way to get it. We're certainly doing some internal mega grave crafts, and you're getting like triple T1s and whatnot. Like it is certainly very plausible. But it takes a fair while.
I don't get
and
the tiny.
This is the
tier
one
rating
thing I really
either.
like. So a lot of the crafts are binary, but a lot of the crafts are like you want to stack as many as you can to get the highest probability to get this thing. And you might just be like, nah, I want to get 5 more. If I get 5 more, I'll be comfortable. And then like you get 5 more and you're like, oh, I don't know. I'm still not, I'll get a few more. I'll get a few more just in case, just to damn well make sure I can't, I get this thing or I can't get that thing. And then there are some which are more deterministic.
Yeah.
And some of the others are pretty crazy.
I don't think outside of Heist, no.
Cool.
So yeah, that's how that top one works.
I was wondering, how is all of this going to work in a group?
I think we have it. I'm going to double check all this because we went through a number of iterations, but I think it's the classic, like when you collect it, everyone has a like 50% chance to get a random other one, or something like that, which I obviously now brings into my mind, like if you're, I know when your Necropolis is full or nearly full, he comes out whenever you collect a corpse, and then you can talk to him and like itemize them or cremate some stuff or whatnot. So I actually want to go double check how that works, because in party I could see a case of like you're not getting your bonus ones and you're unaware because it's full. I think it does output in text as well that it's like your thing is full, like, or it's
What does cremation
close.
do?
I'll just
What
double check all
happens
of
when
that's
you
there,
cremate
but
a corpse?
I'm pretty sure, yeah, it's the classic. Like a lot of leagues do that, like Essences, for example, they just have a chance to drop a bonus
on,
one
man.
for each party member and stuff
Yeah.
like
What
that.
happens when you cremate a corpse?
So yeah, it doesn't give
You
the
can
exact
actually, you
same
delete
one,
the
though, I'm
fucking
pretty
thing.
sure,
It's
but again,
gone,
I
bro.
will
Come on.
add that to the list. We'll add that to the list of like things I should go verify afterwards.
You can itemize it or cremate it.
Just because we go through so many iterations,
Yeah.
and I can't remember exactly where we land. But I always, I'm the Aurabot guy. I try and make sure the leagues work in a party, and
Makes sense.
when they don't, I get sad.
And you mentioned you like getting full. Is this something? Can we delete bad ones, or do we have to pay 1 chaos to delete one?
You can. There'll be a little flame symbol, so you can cremate the corpse.
Okay.
You can
Nice.
just.
He
click
just
that,
said that.
Awesome.
And you can do that, and you can do that in the Necropolis, in your hideout, and in areas. He can come in. He comes in when they're nearly full. You can bring up this UI, and you have a little cremate symbol next to all. And then you can go to the Necropolis and do it while looking at them on the table, or you can do it you can invite them to your hideout and do it from there as well. So,
Awesome.
you can do it pretty much from everywhere. Yeah.
And another thing, like I don't want to. There's so many things we still have to do the bingo go through too. So I'm trying to be a little bit conscious of time here.
I'm still good on time. I'm pretty
Awesome.
happy to just keep going. So.
Okay, that's more than happy to do that. What I wanted to ask, there's a lot of like unique, different stats that we haven't seen, and we can still influence these afterwards, like those items, the rares, and use either Eldritch Currency or Exalted Orbs, etc.
Yes, you can. Can you? I don't see why you wouldn't. It creates the item. It should be that you can do that. I think it might be that some of the mods are in the same family. So if you can, say, for example, get +1 charges from this, I think then that is in the same mod family, as we call it, as +1 charges from influence. So you might not be able to get like double up on that. But I'm actually not too sure if they went with that way or not. But I feel like probably it is going to be that way. I'm just not 100% certain. But there's no restriction on doing that. So yeah, what we've got like one of the crafts is like +1 affix, and yeah, we are finding that like end game you actually don't want to use, like you generally craft 4 or 5 affix items so you can then do some level of manipulation to them afterwards.
Oh, cool.
That's certainly a thing that is happening.
Yeah. No, that's
Throw a bunch of random stuff in there and hope something really good comes out.
Move on to tier 17s.
We can. There's a couple more things on here. If we can
talk more about the league mechanic.
Obviously, Belt is a Stygian Vice. I'll just go through some stuff. Yes, you can customize the base types. We have that for heist weapons, the minion rings, minion weapons and stuff there. You can see. The Stygian Vice one has an orange border. It's not meant to. That's only for the unique ones. That's a bug. We fixed that yesterday, but again, I can't be bothered taking another screenshot. The way you get those is from the itemized packs. So
I'm not
there are
gonna
like
be able to watch the
itemized
whole
abyss
thing. I'm gonna have to
monsters,
go in a minute.
itemized packs that all flame members. You put them in, but you can get one that it drops
follow.
exclusively from abyss content. I think maybe only from depths, and that one will be the one that can give you this. So there's a couple, and same with the experimented weapon. That pack, that all flame member can only drop from heist content. So some of them are like you really want to like, you know, there are rewards for running different types of content that are kind of subtle in the league.
I'm usually not
just
available.
To explain a couple others. So if we go down,
Until I stream again on Thursday. Because as soon as I log off now,
20%
all my
chance
time goes to my
create a
kid.
mirrored copy.
Yeah.
So that can obviously you can put 5 of them, you get 100.
Maybe, maybe not. I don't know.
But if you put 10 of them, you can get 200, and now you get 3 of the item, and so on and so forth.
I unfortunately can't watch the rest of this because I gotta go get Dean and do dad stuff.
You want to like put
But
as
chat.
many as possible to get as many as you can out of it.
I'm lost.
Again, it might be a bad item.
I'm just
or it
so
might be
I'm
the
so
best item
excited.
ever,
It's
and
gonna
now
be
you've got a whole
awesome.
bunch
I
of them.
can't even find the words.
Same with
Blight OP.
Fracture,
They didn't
so
show us
that's
one
like you've got
fucking
4 of
Blight
them,
thing,
one mod
man. We didn't
fractured.
see
If you
one
put
Blight
another one,
thing.
It's 1 mod fractured with a 25% chance of a second mod fractured.
We didn't see
so on
one
and so
fucking
forth.
Blight
You
thing,
can
man.
Just get it with all 6 mods are fractured or whatever you want.
Terrible.
So,
Yeah, no, they didn't show us one fucking
some of
Blight
these,
thing.
again, you
Great
want to be
stream. Thanks,
planting
man.
a lot of them. Or
I
burying
will
a
be
lot of them
back
if you
in
wanna,
48 hours.
you know,
Mark your
ensure you
calendars
get
and your
kind of the
shits
best
and
results.
stuff. Back in 48 hours. I'm gonna get my kid. I'm gonna do dad shit. You guys are great. Thanks for hanging out. I'm gonna host this because he's doing the interview, so you guys can keep watching the interview.
100 kind of
Hey
territory
man,
of
you think your
graves
rebuild from
that
last
you
week will
wanna
be
do,
viable
and,
next
like,
week? Obviously,
you know, so
once
you
I make
could
my
be
money. I don't
you could be doing
see
a
maybe.
project pretty rarely, or if you're
Maybe.
trading, you could be doing these
I
projects
gotta look
more
into it,
frequently.
but I would like to initially say
but again,
yes.
yeah. And
So
while
we're gonna be
leveling,
mad
in
scientists
48?
this league.
See you at trees, Bubbles.
yeah, I'm hoping.
See you at trees.
I mean, I'm sure it's
All right,
gonna
chat.
be broken in some way.
So long, farewell,
like,
Avita. Thanks
of
for everything.
course,
Bye.
and I like that, and I'm